studios of Ted Daly. And normally we would have said the Studio 1 or Studio 2. Now we say Studio 1 is now known as Ted Daly Studio, and Studio 2 is now known as Felix Henderson Studio. And as we get ready for our program, we are going to start with this one.
Even as I take a shot of this black label whiskey, Lord, I please pray that you bless me. Even as the bad mind them try to test me, I just wanna live my life as the best. Some people died in your sleep last night, so I give you thanks and praise for life. And even as I send this prayer up to the sky, I just wanna. Don't you believe damn, say that you good. Lord, please let me. One day I will blow. Something we gon' show. Wow. And I pray for better days. Say beyond what we say. And I pray. Team easy by TrillaG on my every time I go a jam, they just tell me I sinning, but it's you that make girls and it's you that make a rhythm. Shall protect me and protect the family, cause every other day feels like a battlefield. And even when life is a deadly hurricane, category 5 kind of stress on my brain. I pray for guidance every step of the way, and I just wanna say free sticky, hope my niggas in the streets doing well. At times I wonder why my daddy had to die. Wish you were still alive, you'd be proud of your child. I pray for better days, taking chances every day. Wanna see me in a grave, but the money have to make. Say I wanna make my mama proud. I just wanna make you proud, mama. Wanna be the girl that loved that. I wanna be that guy, I wanna be that guy. Every day, I pray, yeah. And I pray for better days. We pray, keep us safe. We pray, yeah.
Well, tell you, this is the song that I discovered when I first got to know about TrillaG. This one, The Prayer. And I stayed about maybe almost 8 to 10 months trying to find out who was this guy with this song. And tonight he is in the studios of DBS Radio. Good evening to you, TrillaG.
Good evening to you, Mr. Cecil Joseph.
I like when I'm doing interviews that we have it so personal. This Mr. can be dropped.
all right, Cecil.
Right, I feel so comfortable you say that, so we can speak.
Yeah, man, and unto all the listeners of DBS Radio, one time, everybody listening in town, in the countryside, the rural, urban areas, and even people outside of Dominica who might be tuned in, you know, a very, very warm good night to each and every one of you.
Okay, thank you very much for that intro. TrillaG, I'm not going to only speak to you about the monarch, not only about the Bouyon. Normally, what I like doing when I speak to people like yourself is to speak about the individual.
Okay.
So the individual can tell us a little bit more of himself. Tell us, first of all, where you are actually from.
Okay, well, I'm from Goodwill area. From Goodwill detailing to be exact. So I want to big up my detailing and my D block massive. That's my people, and I stayed in Goodwill for a number of years. And I say Goodwill area because I lived in Stock Farm for a little while, couple months, and then outside of Goodwill, my mother migrated to Point Michel, where she built a house. So I also represent the Point Michel massive as well. I moved there when I was about 16 years of age, about there, and I stayed there ever since. And well, now I'm back in Goodwill, sort of. So yeah, that's the places I claim.
I like that, the places that you claim, Goodwill and La Puette.
Yes.
So I can imagine some people saying that the Krong left the head of JD but came back to a man in La Puette.
Yeah, people, and that's actually some of the stuff that people have been saying as well. So people say that.
I remembered a few weeks before the finals of the competition, a guy said to me, in fact his name is Black, he drives a bus in Point Michel. He said to me, the Krong must come on the head of Point Michel.
Somebody say that?
Yes, Black, a
Yes,
bus driver. He said the Krong must come on ahead.
He driving La Puette?
He's driving in La Puette.
Okay.
Yes.
Big up Black one time. I guess he was right. His prophecy was right.
He said that in the Hollywood to me when we were in Hollywood having a discussion.
Okay.
He wanted to find out from me who was going to be the monarch, and I wasn't prepared to say who I think. But he said that it is going to be on the head of a La Puette man.
So at the time, we thought it was going to be the monarch.
To be honest, I didn't want to give my opinion, and I'm still not going to give it.
Why? But it passed already.
No. Because you don't want to give up. Because people sometimes, when you give opinions that are almost or are not are facts, that people tend to hushwog what you have said, and so I prefer sometimes keep my bias to myself.
Okay.
You know,
yeah, that's good, man.
Yes, you know, because sometimes you have to protect your image, and when I say about your image, I'm talking about the things that you believe in, because people can take what you say to make it something else, even if and when you are genuine.
That's very true.
Right. No, TrillaG, you told us where you're from, but you had to grow up as a boy. And there would be some things as a boy that you would have done both at school and at home. Help us.
Well, basically, at school, I always try my best to excel in any way that I could. But honestly, when I was going to school, I was never a person that was hell bent on performing well. I was always loose in school. So like I was just going to school and I was just doing what I have to do. Thankfully, I was always well at what I was doing in school, and I always do it to the best of my ability. Just trying to be competitive as I could, competing with the other students and so on. It helped me to excel in terms of academics wise. So thankfully my academics were good in school. And then I went to high school and I always find myself involved in different things. So school spirit was certainly something that I attained several years in high school. And I always like to be involved. I always like to do things.
But before you go into this other aspect of the interview, I want to find out from you, what school did you actually attended from preschool to primary school?
Well, preschool, I attended the St. Alphonsus preschool. I think that's what they call it. So there was a preschool near the St. Alphonsus Cathedral at Catholic Church. That's the preschool I attended. So I want to big up my teachers at that time. Can't really remember their names, but they are very instrumental at that part of my childhood in forming the person that we see here today, as is everybody who contributed to my success in life. And from there I went to SDA Primary School, Roseau SDA Primary School. So I went to the Roseau Seventh-day Adventist Primary School, and then that's where I began becoming active in church. So I started going to church from when I was in like grade 3, grade 4, and then I went to the Dominica Grammar School after that, and which is where I kind of like take a backseat from church when I went to high school.
So let's go back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I will venture soon into the issues of education, but let's look at the spiritual aspect of it. You went into high school, but at the time that you were involved in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, that's what you're saying.
Yeah. So yeah, basically.
Yeah. So when you were at church, what were you involved in? In choir, in Sabbath school lessons. What were you involved in?
Well, in church, it's funny you should ask that, because today we actually had a little thread on Facebook, started by a friend of mine. Her name is Karen. Big up yourself, Karen. She posted, she say, Gail is my real name. So she said, Gail go from preaching in Mega Fest. Preaching in Mega Fest to winning Calypso crowns and so on. So I was always involved in church.
What was the Mega Fest about?
Mega Fest was like a week where they would designate some young people to preach and to take the role of the pastors. So essentially it would be, the young pastors, and it would be like, so 7 days in a week, it would be like 7 of us, and on a different night, different fellas would, step up to the podium and preach the word of God, and she said I was her favorite Mega Fest preacher. Honestly, at that point in time, I thought like being a pastor was so, I always like to be involved, especially when you see, like, I find a good pastor is a performer. Honestly, I feel like a good pastor he's a performer, and since I'm a born performer, I accepted, that role with great taste.
I'm also tempted to ask you, when you were doing that Mega Fest and your turn came for you to be the preacher man, replacing the pastor.
Yeah.
Can you give us the subject matter that you were supposed to deal with?
The subject matter in terms of preaching?
Yes.
Boy, I wonder if I can remember that sermon, boy.
Uh-huh.
I think, well, I did Mega Fest a couple times, but I feel like the Mega Fest that stood out the most to me, wait, see what I'm talking about? I feel like the sermon that stood out the most to me was something to do with comparing people to gems of God, like precious stones of God and so on. So like amethyst and beryl and diamonds, and I just remember delivering that word so powerfully and masterfully that I even went off script and I asked people to come to the front of the altar to let the first elder pray for them. So I mean, from since then I was doing different things. So preaching, acting. I used to act in church. I used to, sing. Anything I could do, I'll do it in church.
Hold on, Gael. Hold on. You don't mind I call you Gael tonight? at this time?
It's okay.
No, Gael, who helped you then to write your sermon at that time?
At that time, what they would do is they would provide us with a template, and then you can go ahead and edit your sermon as to how you want it to, and they used to either assign you to an elder or assign you to a pastor. Thankfully, I got assigned to, I think, I'm not sure how they call it, but like there's the pastor and then there's the guy under the pastor at that time.
The elder?
Yeah, but he wasn't really an elder,
Okay.
He was more like a pastor, understudying the pastor at the time.
Uh-huh.
So I worked with him, that's Pastor Collier. So big up Pastor Collier, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he helped me to refine this sermon and everything. And yeah, man, we had a beautiful
So
sermon.
did Pastor Pengdeng at the time say anything to you?
Pastor Pengdeng, I cannot recall.
Because he would have been one of the young pastors at your time.
No, I cannot recall.
From
Pastor
Maho.
Pengdeng.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. No, so you gave that sermon, and your friend today said to you, from the first to Monarch.
Right.
Now, while at church, did you see your role in Sabbath school? Did you see your role on AY meet and AY periods in the afternoon? Did you, what role did you play, or did you see any role that you could have played before actually you left the church while in high school?
Honestly, when I was in church, I thought I wanted to become a pastor, because since I was young, and honestly, I'm not sure if everybody does feel that way, but since I was young, I always feel like I'm not a regular person. Nothing wrong in being, a normal person and everything, but I always felt like I have to give myself. I have to give myself as of service to people, and I always felt different, so I felt like being a pastor or a preacher at the time was one of the things where you give yourself as service to the people. The people love you and they appreciate you, and so at that point in time, I thought that would be the end goal. And until when I decided, well, that was short lived. It was short lived, and then I decided, well, I didn't really like to. I wouldn't really want to go down that path, because it was so strict.
I can understand what you're saying, because at one time too, in my growing up, I felt that I was different and I wanted to be a pastor too. My brother took the role of a pastor. That's Pastor Glenn Joseph.
Okay.
He took that role. I think you know Glenn Joseph.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
I heard the name already, though.
Right.
But you used to be an Adventist. You used to go Adventist church.
I'm still an Adventist, my brother. I am still an Adventist. So I know the feeling, because of the restriction of many things that you would have had to live as a young boy growing up.
Right.
It was kind of very difficult when you reach in high school, that you're seeing your peers doing certain things different from what you would have been doing.
Yeah, but that was a short-lived. That wasn't long at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was just a short. I don't want people to take it like I wanted to become a pastor. I don't want people to take that as a narrative. That was a short-lived kind of thing. Like,
it's a
when it comes to church, in any way I could offer myself of service, I would have done it. So it would have been in any other position, but I feel like the pastor was the one where, when 12 o'clock start, all eyes on that man, because he have to preach the word of God. And I feel like that is
for
who
that 1 hour.
That is who I am. That 1 hour, everybody eyes on him, and I feel like that is who I am. When I on a stage, I want to command my stage. I want to make people, focus and, deliver whatever I have to deliver to them, whether it be through the style of my performance or anything. I want to be the person that is at the center.
No, before I move away from the church, specials, that's how it is being called in the church, specials. You would have had to do quite a number of that on Sabbath mornings or Sabbath afternoons?
Yeah, well, when in church, I more like to act, and I have a passion for drama as well. So I am actually an actor. I actually acted in a Dominican movie. It never really came out, but big up Baba one time. That's Clement Richards, that's his name.
Yes, Baba Richards.
Yeah, so he made a movie called The Gangster, and I actually acted in that movie as the main protagonist of the movie. And big up Joanza one time. It was a pleasure working with these guys. So I love to act, and that's what I more enjoyed doing in church. Church helped me discover that talent. And people like to turn away from church and have church as some sort of, like like something that locking you down. But honestly, church helped me a lot in terms of discipline and in terms of having a moral high ground and setting standards. I always was thankful that I met this teacher of mine. Her name was Miss Butler. Rest in
Dorothy
peace.
Butler.
Miss Dorothy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
That's the lady that brought me into church, and for that experience, I'll always be grateful to her, because without church, I don't know who I'd be today. I feel like church helped me a lot. Well, I mean, along with the discipline and the actions of my mother, who was a single mother, a single parent, and putting things, in place for me to become successful. Without these two aspects, I think church was part like my father figure, and then I had my mother.
So basically, you would have met Dorothy at church, and maybe in Didilin.
I met her in school.
She lived in Didilin.
Right,
herself.
she lived in Didilin, and so I met her at school,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think once in school she just invited me to church, or I think I was going by her and do some lessons after school, and that is when she invited me to church. And I was younger. I used to say, well, Miss, I want to come if you want to come, and whatever, and she bring me once, and from there I see I had a lot of friends, because remember I was going to the SDA school, so I see I had a lot of friends there, so I just go in the church now.
Oh, okay, all right,
Yeah.
all right. Now you found yourself now sitting. Is it common entrance in your time?
Common entrance.
Right, sitting common entrance. You got a pass, you got a bursary, you got a scholarship.
I got a scholarship. I think I get the highest scholarship
In SDA?
In SDA that year.
Mm-hmm.
I get 3 A's and a B.
3 A's and a B.
Yeah, I think 2 of us get 3 A's and a B, but my 3 A's and a B was a little more.
In terms of points. In terms
of points, yeah.
So it gave you a position ahead.
A little ahead, yeah.
Right.
I think I was like in the top 20 island-wide and everything. Yeah.
And then you entered into the Dominica Grammar School.
So, well, actually, I was still deep in church. So, a lot of my friends were going to the Portsmouth school, the SDA school in Portsmouth, the high school there. A lot of them were going there. And I check in where all my friends going there. I feel like I should go there. So, I did 1 term in the school down Portsmouth, 1 term. But then I was getting sick. I don't know if it's the distance or what. If it just wasn't going with me, I was getting sick. I was throwing up. I was always sick and stuff. I go down there, and I don't know, the environment probably just wasn't for me. So after that 1 term, I didn't do too well in school. My mother I think it was at 2nd term, I getting ready to go school. And my mother tell me, take out that tie on my neck. Now the uniform is khaki pants, white shirt, and then their tie. But if you know grammar school uniform, it's khaki pants, white shirt, and then the grammar school tie. So my mother tell me, take out that tie on your neck, let's go down tongue. I say, what happened in tongue, whatever. When I go, my mother just bring me in the class and tell me, sit down. I just got to sit down.
Your mother's a teacher in the grammar school now?
My mother's a teacher grammar school, yeah. My mother's a teacher grammar school, yeah. So she just said me, go and sit down. I go and sit down in the class at the back. And I had some friends there from SDA primary, so it make the transition easier as well. So I sit down in the class, I get my tie later in the day, and then I just know I was there for a week, and then a week turned to a month, and I say, okay, well, that's that. I think it's the IB.
But that's a telling story. Didn't register. Your mom took you to the class, to the school, brought you into the class, tell you sit there. And
well, she maybe do a thing
behind
the scenes,
Mm-hmm.
but I just telling you from my experience. Like I just know I sit down in the class for a couple of days, weeks, and I just decide, okay, well, I don't go back SD in Portsmouth. Honestly, literally, that is how it was in my mind at the time. Like I was just in the class, and then I just know I never go
not
back
getting sick.
Yeah, not getting sick
and doing exams. So
right.
You would have had to. And when the teacher called the registrar, your name would have been there?
Yeah, it was strange, because around that time, I think you used to have issues with my name not being on certain lists or things like that, Yeah, man. I mean, it wasn't an issue because I think probably it wasn't amended properly or whatever. But yeah, you just have 1, 2 little hiccups, nothing to really complain about or to make like as if it was a terrible experience. Not that drastic, but you know, it had one to like hiccups though.
But you were able to do your school assignments, do the exams, and while doing the exams, you said that you did not do too very well in Portsmouth. But in grammar school.
So in grammar school now, my mother tested her theory, and I guess her theory was correct because I did well. I think I make honor roll.
That same year.
Yeah, man, that same term I make honor roll, and I make honor roll again in the third term, and then second form things was back to normal until third form. Yeah, third form. I start to mess around. Yeah, because in third form, I make myself a little more. I get more friends, and then you get more complacent, and you will becoming distracted, and so on and so forth. So I'd get a little distracted in third form.
Was it sports? Was it pretty girls like yourself, handsome like you, and pretty girls?
I think it was a mixture of everything, and just growing up as a young man, and then becoming, you know, acquainted with life in general.
Okay.
I just think I just become like a complacent man, and school wasn't at the forefront. I was still doing well, you know, but like to say living up to my capabilities, like how I know I could perform and how I more than know I could perform. I wasn't stupid, you understand, but I wasn't living up to my full potential.
So when you go home, I could hear your mother say, Gael, remember the teacher, remember that I'm a teacher at the Dominican Grammar School.
Yeah, she used to talk like that. She used to talk like that.
She used to talk like that.
Yeah, man, she used to talk like that.
And say, Gael.
Yeah, man, I remember I used to be back and forth with a teacher in second form, you know, behaving a little bit. And then my mother used to constantly, you know, dread me and tell me, "Guy, fix up yourself," because, you know, one thing she don't do to embarrass her. Yeah. And so she always used to ring that in my head.
And what about the principal of the school at the time? Who was the principal?
Jacques.
Miss Jaja.
Miss Jaja. Mrs. Jaja.
She should have had a good time with you or a rough time.
We ask some kind of questions there. Mrs. Jajak was cool, man. She was a cool principal. I don't think I had any run-ins with her too much. I mean, I get in trouble once, twice, and then she do what she had to do as the principal, which is understandable. But for the most part, most of my teachers was nothing but love. Yeah, nothing but love, because my mother was one of the most loved teachers in the school. So obviously they love her son. Yeah.
No, Gael. You would have had a subject even if you figure out that you were not at your full potential. But there was a subject that you would have taken serious. Which was that subject?
Social studies.
Why?
Social studies. Social studies, I don't know. It's just something in social, like, okay, remember I tell you I like to act. I like to do role play and so on. And I feel like social studies was one of the subjects where we would do that the most. We'll have to do role plays, it was always something more captivating, the topics, everything in social studies involved with social studies, social sciences was more captivating to me. Never really like maths, and then social studies was in high school, and then in college.
Before we go to college, we haven't reached fifth form yet.
Oh, we don't reach fifth form yet. Well, yeah, so it was social studies in high school. It was social studies in high school.
Into fourth form social studies.
Fourth form social studies, fifth form social studies.
Yeah,
man.
At what time would you bend a little bit into the English aspect, literature? Or what time did you? Okay, so we'll come to that a while.
Yeah.
Okay, sports at high school. What sporting games did you got yourself involved in?
I used to play basketball. So much so I was the captain a year, you know, for the basketball team. So I used to play basketball. I love basketball and table tennis. I used to play table tennis as well. Yeah, so that was my sports. That's my contribution to the sports.
Normally, Goodwill students and Point Mitchell students, they would find themselves involved in soccer. Why not soccer?
I never really liked soccer. I don't know. Something about soccer. I just feel like the field's so long and so big. To play that game for 90 minutes, you kicking the ball, and then I don't know, you just kicking the ball around trying to score a goal. You score a goal, like you can score up to like 3, 4 goals, 5 goals a game for a whole 90 minutes. I don't know, there's something about soccer. I never really gravitated towards soccer. And I mean, I know it's a strange thing as we are in a place, in a country that love their soccer, you know, the Caribbean on a whole, we love soccer, we love football. But me, like I tell you, I've always felt like I was different, and so basketball was what I'd call me. That's what I love, basketball. Besides music, I love basketball.
Never tried cricket?
I try all sports, you know. Don't get me wrong, I try all sports. I try soccer, I try cricket, I try all sports, but basketball hooked me. Yeah. I try cricket, but cricket a little boring to me too. To be honest.
Okay, so now you found yourself not at your full potential in fit form, a lot of distraction, but there came a time where you had to say, boy, it's either I in or I am out. At what period? And I should first ask you, what was your high school years?
In terms of what I can say?
When you went to high school, what was the period? What year did you go to high school and ended high school?
2010, 2015.
Okay. So, at what time then, after or during fit form, did you tell yourself, either I am in or I am out? I had to take education serious.
Oh, fifth form. So let me tell you exactly what happened there. Fourth form, I think I nearly failed maths. And I sit down and I say, what? Fail? That's the first time I think I nearly fail. I say, boy, you see that thing there? I don't like that at all. So then, what ended up happening in fourth form, I do well in school. But then I know doing well in school is one thing. Now I'm a person, I believe in working smart, not working hard. I mean, you can work hard, you know. And I like to work hard. Like, I like to earn things. However, if I can work smart instead, I will do that. So my philosophy at the time was okay. So I go in school, and I go in grammar school. Yes, my grades matter there. However, if I go and look for a job after school, they more go in and ask me for my CXC. So I say, okay, school, you're not doing as well as you would like. You're not slacking off so bad, but you're not reaching your full potential. So I say, okay, I have one chance, I have one shot to go into CXC and do the best that I can so that I can put myself in a good position after I finish school. Because I was thinking ahead. So I said, okay, I have to go college, probably university later on, and to get a job. Now, if I have to go college, I know I need 6 months to get a scholarship. My mother is a single parent raising 3 of us. The kind of numbers, the money people call in for when they have to pay their tuition and pay for subjects to college, I say, okay, I don't want to put my money on the strain. My goal from fifth form, my goal was to get 6 ones. Because if you get 6 ones, you get no scholarship to go into college. And when I reach fifth form, I think that is where the switch turn on. When I start thinking about those things as a young man, I think about those things and the switch turn on. And the time I reached fifth form, it wasn't a joke again. I mean, I didn't do greatly, but when CXC come, I put the pedal to the metal. And I get 6 ones and 2 twos in common entrance in CXC, and then which I think was like the 5th best in grammar school and in the top 40 or top 50 in Dominica, you know. So I turned on the switch then.
Okay, so you turn on the switch. You're now destined to go to Dominica State College.
Yeah.
Excited when you got your results?
Of course.
What your mother told you?
So that day now, that is a funny story. That day, I think my mother's vexed with me, for something minor, man. Something, young boy. I maybe didn't watch the plate sometime, something. And then my mother's vexed with me, boy. My mother, that is one of the times me and my mother was vexed. It was a serious piece of vex. I think my mother didn't talk to me for like the whole 24 hours there. Yeah. And then she was in tongue that day. And then all of a sudden, phone started to ring, everything. Oh, results come on. I say, boy, okay, my stomach start to vibrate. I say, okay, well, I afraid. I say, boy, I don't know. I afraid to check the results. I say to myself, boy, let's check that and finish with that. Because I know I tried my best. I do my best. I checking, okay, well, let me just see what happening. And then I get the results and stuff. So anyway, she come home. I was sitting on the couch, cutting a little varina, and I sit down. So she come, she was talking to me. I pose there, I pull up. She couldn't take it again. She say, you don't get your results? Yeah, just so she was, you don't get your results? I say her style. I open the laptop and I turn it and I give it to her. Sorry. I open the laptop, I turn it and I give it to her. She watch it. All of a sudden I see a big smile on her face and she just started to jump up. Yeah, so she was very happy at that time. Because a child is an investment. So she was proud to see that the investment was paying off, And that is why watching it.
At that time, your father was still alive?
No, he had passed away already.
Okay.
Yeah, he passed away when I was in like 4th form or 5th form.
So let's reverse a little bit. Go back a bit. When your dad passed on, how did that connection now of father-son was removed from you?
Well, my father used to take care of me, and I love my father because, not to say like he was wrong, but he used to check for me, and towards the later part of his life, he tried and make it a point of duty for him to be there more. So I used to spend weekends with him and everything, and I was grateful for the way that my life panned out. So far, my life has been panning out so far, and my life panned out at that point in time, because I feel like him not being there all the time, whenever he was there, or whenever I used to check him and used to check me, it made the interactions all that more worthwhile and more, how you say it, more interesting and more fulfilling. You understand? So at the times where I was with him, anything I could learn and pick up from him, I'll do that, as opposed to him probably being there all the time, and you get like complacent and so on and so forth. That's just my philosophy. Probably might not work for some people, but I turn out all right there. You understand? So with that being said, it wasn't anything that I can be sorrowful about. He was there. He used to check up on me. But yeah, man.
Your mother from Loda, your daddy from Coolibistry, Salisbury, Coolibistry?
No, my mother from thing. I say Loda.
Your father from Salisbury?
My mother from Thibault.
Your mother's from Thibault?
Yeah, man, my mother from Thibault.
Why did I ever think
Ben's area. That's
why did I ever think your mom was from? Is it because of the complexion?
I'm not sure, no? My mother from Ben's Thibault area.
Your mother, okay.
Her father is Paul Francois. That's my grandfather.
Oh.
I'm not sure if you know him.
Yes, I know Paul Francois.
Yeah, man. So that's my grandfather. Big up your grandpa one time if you're listening.
Yes.
Yeah, man. So and my father was from Coolibistry, Monwatchet area, yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, college time. When were you told that you had a scholarship?
scholarship, well, I knew automatically from knowing how the process is, I knew I had a scholarship. So I think I just had to go in college and show them my results, and then from there, everything was just a walk in the park. Can't really remember exactly how the whole procedure went, but yeah, from time I got my results, I knew that college was going to be a breeze.
So you got your results. The very first time you sat an exam, which was common entrance, you did well. You get 3 A's and a B. You went to the state college. Sorry, you went to Dominican Grammar School. Your end results, you received 6 1s and 2 2s.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're into college, where the GPA matters.
Yeah, GPA.
Right? Where better scores are required.
Right.
More focus is supposed to be placed on the student.
Right.
How smart did you work, or how hard did you work?
Okay, so from college, I think I worked okay. Not to my full potential, honestly. But I'll tell you what, everything in life happens for a reason. And stuff that I did in college, I don't think any GPA or any grade system can measure how important and how much of a role the things that I did in college played in my life thus far. And I'll explain. In college, honestly, I was a bit distracted, and we were more or less coming to school to buy snack. I'm just kidding. We used to come to school and do our work, but we found ourselves doing something at a certain point, which was called rap battles, and that was one of the most interesting things to ever happen in my life, because it shifted my direction into like my focus, and made me see, it led me here tonight, if you understand what I'm saying, right? So what happened is, pick up a camera, me and some fellas, and we just started rapping and playfully dissing each other in the form of rap, because like I tell you, when I reach in college, I end up loving English, and so we used to play with the English language, me and my boys and them, and then we was dissing each other, post it on the internet. One thing led to another, it went viral, and from there, it took me on a different trajectory than the average person. So it led me on a course which landed me with the crown on my head. So I mean, that was a very, very, very important time. A time I wouldn't change it for the world,
So at college, you are there to excel, or the plan was to excel academically.
Yeah, that was the plan.
But you decided to take not a different path, but a path that would help express your feelings and your emotions, if you want to say, for others to understand you a bit more by having this rap competition.
So let me break it down. So I started college, I was doing well, and then I was doing not so well because of maths, doing algebra and all of those things, which I find is a very arbitrary topic sometimes. I find algebra arbitrary, yeah, but I was working, and then I find myself with a GPA that wasn't so attractive, and
it would have been less than 2.5.
It was less than 2.5, no boy. I can't remember, but it was between 2 and 3. So I checking, but I'm not so attractive. So you know what I do? I say, okay, my next year, my second year was Operation Save My GPA, and I work hard. Mostly all my courses was just A's and A's and A's. But the GPA was so low at the time. By the time I by the time I finish college, I scrape to reach the what they calling it? I think it have the magna cum laude and the summa cum laude. Like from 3.5 go up, you graduate with honors basically. So I scrape the 3.5. Yeah, I scrape that. So it's like if I just take it as serious a little earlier, I'd probably get my honors and thing. But everything happens for a reason. And like I said, during the course of that whole ordeal, I found myself finding my true talent and my true calling was to be involved in the arts, so to speak.
Let's listen to this a little bit. Just listen to this and tell me like a bit more about it.
Young Trilla on the mic. Yeah. Young Rich Looters. See, we ain't never really had no all-out tick, but we got a whole lot of new out it though. Yeah, the best now. See now, David was Maria father, and David tell Maria the of the best banana. Best. Maria vini la me fam la pli mobile. West iti ipaka we un banan so ipaka bouge. So tell me why Maria couldn't get not one banana to send for her sister Irma or Jose up in Florida. We mama Erica no Maria boy woman tired evil real. Dominica learn your lesson and leave people man alone. So I laugh when gets a lash and Roso gets a lash too. What? Mao gets a lash, Luke Massa gets a lash too. Ayaba we get a lash, so City gets a lash too. Luke Stocky gets a lash and Tarish gets a lash too. So everybody feel it, everybody feel Maria. The poor man they feel it, everybody feel Maria. The bourgeois they feel it, everybody feel Maria. Even the PM he feel it, everybody feel Maria. Tie up independence and she didn't need a sash. No more vado, no kalash, everybody gets a lash. Cause if your roof didn't go, I bet your house flood. And if you're luckier than that, I saw your road blood. Boy, I see lawyers and doctors and teachers and preachers loot whatever they can just for the sake of survival. From a 2 to a 5 in just a matter of time. Some they're crying, no Wi-Fi. I self just glad I alive. They checking top with Trilla on the mic. Tell them take a high. Boy, look papers by court. Let me run and loot the mic. Our father, joke I making kicks, I kicks in off. So don't call no radio station and tell them to not off my fence. Cause I Maria take a piece so now my fence get low. Maria have me in a kind of mood so don't step on my toe. The PM a coke youngster. He run on TDS and TD diaspora is answer. He say you taking cowboy back, I paving on the bucket too. Westbourne, you eating corn beef. Who say I eating can food? Who say that? They fall in relief. Who have more relief than who? In that kind of crucial time, it's still a red versus blue. Cause everybody feel it. Everybody feel Maria. The red, they feel it. Everybody feel Maria. The blue, they feel it. Everybody feel Maria. Even the green, they feel it too. Everybody feel Maria. For Maria, sin was hot, but now it's tie up and boring. I feeling like I underwater running out of my lolly. Feeling like a car on E, and I can't go no further. Maria come with a hit to commit a first degree murder. Cause I woke up suicide, boy look crisis. All sin, father, Maria worse than ISIS. I kill you. Stomach full on the ration food. Use the real boss if you have passion fruit. Catch me down the road eating barbecue up the road. Have my partner nail his roof. No light, but I pose there with my dogs. Catch me breaking curves. You don't really care if I get shot. Boy, that song well hot. Maria take all the trees. All that dust up in the place, making people afraid to freeze. Ubers by cash squeeze. Where is Q95? They take laptop and fridge and don't know when they get in line. When member me lay a vest, so I get my generator. Maria try a thing for now, but later will be greater. Okay, boom. Come on here, Maria. Come on here. That way, Maria. That way. Ale Maria. Come on here. Ave Maria. Come on here, Maria. Come on here. That way, Maria. That way. Ale Maria. Ale. Ave Maria. Everybody feel it. Everybody feel Maria. Puerto Rico, they feel it. Everybody feel Maria. Troy, they feel it. Everybody feel Maria. Dominica, we feel it. Everybody feel Maria. Yeah man.
Yeah man. TrillaG.
Yes, I.
Post Maria. Give me something about this one. How you came out with this one?
Post Maria. Basically, as you know, Maria was a very devastating and catastrophic event that happened back in 2017. I just got my first job working at Carnival, and then a week into that job, Monday, it was a terrible thing indeed. I was sit down at home And then all of a sudden, problem. The hurricane was coming, and then it was like a movie. I remember sitting down in the living room with my family, and we had just started praying, and just like a movie, the radio was on, and we were listening to DBS at the time, and then I just remember the people on the radio saying, and we just got news that it's turned into a category 5. Boom, radio cut off. As soon as the person say turn into a category 5, the radio cut off. And I remember we just watch each other in the living room, like, and my mother herself. Now I not sure what to expect from a category 5 hurricane, but my mother she was very, very young when she lived through, and I had my uncle there, and also my stepfather. They knew what it meant to go through a situation like that, so they were all panicking, and then from there just turned into a crazy experience. And then from after Maria, some weeks after, we've just everything that was happening in that time period, the inspiration just came to write a song, which in a certain aspect, if you listen to it the way it begins, it's starting like a calypso, because it's saying, see now David was Maria's father, and David tell Maria, DA have the best bananas. Maria vinila me femme la pli movie. I di I pa ka vwe un banan, so I pa ka bouger. If you listen to that, to me, that is some of the best lyrics I ever write. Because what I'm saying is, David was Maria's father. I tell Maria, go down Dominica, and they have the best bananas. I passed there already. I matched them up. I take all the bananas, go down there and see if you get a banana. And then when Maria come now, she checking, she don't see no bananas. You understand? And that is a deep thing. Without no bananas again. So Maria says she not moving, and Maria was over Dominica for a while. So she decided she not moving because she vexed. She want a banana. She not seeing any bananas in Dominica. So I just, that was all that was just inspiration.
You surprised I had this one?
You surprised about?
You surprised that I had this one?
Yeah, man, I checking where you dig that. You dig that up there. Yeah, man. But yeah, so when I dropped that, we dropped the freestyle first, and that's when people started to pay more attention, I should say, because people already knew about me, but they started paying more attention from that point on and started really seeing my appreciation for my lyrical ability.
So you're saying that you actually released before this one?
Yeah, man.
So prayer came after this one or before?
Prayer came after that.
Prayer came after that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So at what time of your life did you saw Bouyon as a good way out?
Well, since I young, I like to play with music, and I used to do parodies. I used to free up freestyle on music and everything. And being young and being heavily influenced on the outside world, through TV and social media and all that, well, internet at the time, I more was into hip hop. But then now, in going into high school, you started becoming, more acquainted with your peers, I should say, and everybody, all of us, we are love our TrillaG, so we love our TrillaG, we love our Asa. I remember Asa being a very, very, very big influence on me in my younger days, and I always like his songs. So big up Asa Bantan one time, big up TrillaG, and so Bouyon was always something that was heavily influencing us young people, because honestly we couldn't relate to Calypso at the time. I feel like Calypso is a thing where it's for people who go through the things, that the issues that Calypso highlights. So for example, us being young, we want to free up, we want to enjoy life, but when we get older and we have to rent apartments, we have to find a job, we have to make our own groceries, and we see certain issues that going on in the country and it affects us, that's when we have an appreciation for the other genre, which is Calypso, which is something that highlights the economy, the things that we go through as a society, the social ills of society and everything. So Bouyon at that time was the in thing, basically. It was the popular thing to do, and being from Dominica, calypso is a thing that it branched into different genres. Bouyon being one of them. So we as Africans, we have that rhythm in our soul. So I gravitated towards the Bouyon instantly.
Even if at the time that you'd have been hearing your parent, other parents speaking of how evil the lines or the lyrics of Bouyon was, you still felt that it was the vessel that you could use to express your individuality?
Well, you say evil.
That's how some of us as adults saw it. We looked at the lyrical contents as not something valuable, and so most of us would hear the adults consider it to be a nonsensical genre of music.
Yeah, well, you see, that's what being a young person is about. Being a young person is learning to find yourself in your own way and choosing your own path. And sometimes that takes a little bit of rebellion. And so that's what young people we like to do. We like to go against what the adults tell us that we should do. Sometimes to our detriment. But I mean, I don't think Bouyon is evil at all, or it is anything that the Bouyon music. The Bouyon music is a style, is a genre. With anything like a weapon or your education is what you take with the Bouyon and do with it, then that is on you, And
but I'm sure you would have heard in the early days of the Triple K and how the adults didn't appreciate the lines of the Triple K, and sometimes people would make the comparison between what WCK sang at the time in 1988 to its period, and then Triple K coming in 2000, changing the lyrical contents of Bouyon. I'm sure you would have heard that.
Well, with anything, there's going to be evolution, and probably I may have heard it, but it wasn't anything to say that could ever deter my decision to sing Bouyon. Because at the end of the day, Bouyon music is our culture, and probably everybody was singing one style of Bouyon, which is why I felt like I could create my own lane, in Bouyon, and do something different with this genre, which is what I've been doing from since I began, and I must credit certain people who probably got me more motivated to join Bouyon because of what they were doing, such as people like Kex Mafia and Rio. Okay, boom, these guys, we came up around the same time, but they started just before me. And with the three of us being, I should say it, with the three of us entering into the Bouyon scene, we created a whole new wave, which today, many artists are benefiting from. Because what you'd find happening is, before, if you were not directly associated with people in the fraternity, it would be harder for you to knock down the doors. And with my team at the time, Ranji, TrillaG, and others, which still remains mostly intact today, we broke down the barriers, and I have to big up people like Sickberry. One time Sickberry was singing his Bouyon music for the ghetto youths, and we loved and we appreciate him. We still do to this day. And so with people like us entering on the scene, it brought a whole new vibe, I feel, to Bouyon music. So I must big up my elders one time for giving us that vibes to want to get into the Bouyon in the first place. But we created a different lane. So Kex come with the comedy style and the lyrics, and then Rio was that is that more wild fella, that have some unpredictable vibes in his lyrics. And then I am now a guy that is really, really, really fixated on providing as much lyrical content as I can in my music, because I like to make people think. I believe music is art, and so my words have to tell a story and paint a picture in your head.
Like this one.
she learn them I gonna be like. I remember when you come and check me at my home. You had your hand in mine, but I still feel I was home alone. Then we started kissing, swear I could hear you more, but you didn't even wanna take off all your clothes. You start causing a scene, baby, why won't you let me in? I don't want you just for your body, cause I'm looking at what we've been. Yeah, you've been hurt before, that's why you so insecure. But every time that you push me away, I want you more and more. Cause you like me, and I like you. I want you, and I know you want me too. You like me, yes, and I like you. So stop playing games, tell me what you wanna do. V-check with a level rose, cause you know you're still my baby. V-check with a level shove, cause you know you're still my Chevy. Yeah, you're still my baby. You're still my Chevy. Yeah, you're still my baby. You're still my baby. Yeah, you're still my baby. Still my one and only. Playing hard to get for what? Yeah, you to the modi. I give you my love, I give you my time. If you live now, you owe me. You talk about your ex, you playing sin like you like being lonely. Baby girl say we on another level. We got it popping like corn on a kettle. And you wanna act like you don't know who I am. For true, girl, you do easy. You teasing me and I like it. That's why you're taking advantage. And though at times I can't stand it, I still feel like I can manage. Cause you like me, and I like you. I want you, and I know you want me too. You like me, yes, and I like you. So stop playing games, tell me what you wanna do. V-check with a level rose, cause you know you're still my baby. V-check with a level shove.
That is more or less Love Bouyon. Would you say that?
For sure. That's a love song. Yeah.
That's a love song. How this one came out?
Well, this one came about. It was based on some true experiences, you know. I was checking a girl, and then we were talking for some time, and then she came over, and you know, she was playing like shy. So I told her, my girl, we know each other a long time now, you know. He's my baby, you know. You can relax, and you know, and then I got the inspiration from the beat. I got the beat, and then I had the whole idea in my head. I just laid down, same day, write that song in one day, one go, one time, and we edited that song. I had it there for about over a year. And then during COVID, I think the first year of COVID, when we couldn't really go outside, I decided to put that out there, because I mean it was around Valentine's time, so we put out that song, and the people received it well, they loved it. So I feel like it have room for more Bouyon like that, slowed down, nice like a tempo, so that we can groove to and listen to at any time in the day, you know.
You had one called Sweet Talk.
Yeah, Sweet Talk was an early release of mine. I think that was the same year I started the music. That was the same year I dropped Sweet Talk, and that is one of the songs that get people to be familiar with TrillaG as well.
Okay, I want them to listen to it a little bit.
Sweet Talk. Yeah, it's the records. And it's Trill on the mic, it's that they like, wow, Sweet Talk. TA man have a lot of that. Use a real TA man if you have rats. Use a real TA man if you talk to a woman and she say, boy, one thing you have chat. Don't worry, father, you don't need chain or bike. Give a woman Sweet Talk, and it's that they like. Girl, you're not a keyboard, but you just my type 24/7. Wanna give it to you day and night, day and night. You and I wanna give it to you sunset to sunrise. Just give me 5 minutes and I'm rolling like a dice. I wanna see you smile, I wanna see you roll the eyes. Young TrillaG, I like all kind of girls except pirates, just a reminder, girl. And I wanna take you around the world. Girl, I wanna give you diamonds and pearls. But that's so talk that you're ready. All in December, all in February, all in Christmas time, all in Valentine. Man, just come and tell you, baby girl, you on my mind. But if I tell you what's up, then I want the WhatsApp. If I take a snapshot, then I want the Snapchat. Like how the face looks, then I want the Facebook. Looking at you from all angles, cause you know you are cute. If I come across rude, then I'm sorry, I'm a really nice dude. Girl, all I'm trying to do is give you sweet talk. Ayy, sweet talk, sweet talk, sweet talk, sweet talk, sweet talk. Okay, boom, you my light in the darkness, full moon. And you full of class like a classroom. I wanna cross the waters like Moses. I wanna give you daisies and roses. Your smile so sick like cavities. I wanna pull on the clothes like gravity. You can be my lady and I can be the tramp. Baby, use a genie, let me rub up on your lamp. When it comes to you, my love is genuine. I'm lovesick and I need your medicine. I wanna hug and hold and kiss your melanin. The way your body jiggle look like gelatin. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Without you in my life, I'm at a loss. I wanna wear you out like a Lacoste. When I come in for you later, I drink it and see Moscow. Sweet talk, ayy, sweet talk, sweet talk, sweet talk, sweet talk, sweet talk. Okay, I never met a girl like you. My life a party, I wanna invite you. Baby, you stick me like a statue. Put your arms around me just like a tattoo. Baby, come and give me a hug. I'm addicted to you like drugs. Want to drink you like Vita Malt. And the breasts on your chest looking nice and plump. You are the cast of to my compa. That rumba define your bumper. Baby, I want more than just your number. You like a factory, process my lumber. You like my way like the new bridge. Your swag self cold like a deep fridge. And your body well hot like a sauna. I know you're gonna play song whole summer. And all them girls they like that. All them girls say TrillaG have that. All them girls they want to know my name. When I throw a sweet talk when they pass by. Girls sweet talk, sweet talk, sweet talk, sweet talk.
TrillaG, I know some people are hearing this one for the very first time.
Yeah, man.
The words are amazing. How you are able to put those lines together.
Yeah, man.
How? No. You said that's one of your first songs.
Yeah,
written.
that's one of my earlier songs.
How were you able, young boy, not yet 20, but how were you able to put those lines together to tell a lady about sweet talk? What did you know about sweet talk at that time?
I know I know a good beat, man. Yeah, and I had a good track record at the time.
So you're saying that you're taking some of the lines that you would have given them and put it together as a song?
For sure.
So with that track record that you would have had, you would have remembered some of the lines?
Yeah, I remember some of the lines. And you know, being in Dominica, you know, our Dominican people, we have a way with words, man. So you might be passing on the road and a woman walks by and her partner might say something to her. So, you know, I also, you know, borrowed lines from some people, you know, and I put everything together in one, and I made, you know, this wonderful song. The ladies just love it. They love it. And also on the live, I think people, you know, commenting and going crazy for that song there. It was one of the songs that people truly adored of mine.
You want me to play a little line again of it?
You can run a little something for it.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that. I just love this one. It's not the first time I'm hearing it.
Okay.
But I just decided to play it at that time.
Right.
And to make listeners know that you're a real writer.
Yeah, so
with romance.
Calypso fans that just getting to know about TrillaG, yeah. This one is Sweet Talk, one of the earlier ones. We have lyrics from a long time. Drop it for them.
Sweet talk. Yeah, it's the records. And it's real on the mic, is that they like, wow, sweet talk. TA man have a lot of that. Use a real TA man if you have rats. Use a real TA man if you talk to a woman and she say, boy, one thing you have chat. Don't worry, father, you don't need chain or bike. Give a woman sweet talk and it's that they like. Girl, you're not a keyboard, but you just my type 24/7. Wanna give it to you day and night. You and I wanna give it to you sunset to sunrise. Just give me 5 minutes and I'm rolling like a dice. I wanna see you smile, I wanna see you roll the eyes. Young TrillaG, I like all kind of girls except pirates, just a reminder, girl. And I wanna take you around the world. Girl, I wanna give you diamonds and pearls. But that's so talk that you're ready. all in December, all in February, all in Christmas time, all in Valentine. Man, just come and tell you, baby girl, you on my mind. But if I tell you what's up, then I want the WhatsApp. If I take a snapshot, then I want the Snapchat. Like how the face looks, then I want the Facebook. Looking at you from all angles, cause you know you're cute. If I come across rude, then I'm sorry, I'm a really nice dude. Girl, all I'm trying to do is give you sweet talk. Hey, sweet talk.
And you know what's nice about this one, TrillaG? You used Kassav, Zouk into it.
Yes. So basically, no, I'm not really Kassav, but it's an African genre of music. I cannot really quite remember the name, but I researched about it already. And that song is from the beat is from a song that is very familiar to us already.
Yeah.
Magic System, Premier Gao. That's the name of the song. They were not going yeah, so what would end up happening was a partner of mine posted a status. His name is Nathan. Big up Nathan one time. That's my boy. He ended up posting a status. And he was freestyling on that. So I hear his freestyle. I say, what? That bad boy. So I message him. I say, brother, Asman, I know you might do something on that, but honestly, I getting a vibes on that beat. I go and use that, you know. And I just tell him that out of courtesy. I didn't have to, but you know, that's my boy. I didn't want to do things like because I see him do something, I run and you know. So I talk to him. I tell him, bro, I feel in that beat, I gonna use that beat. And he tell me, yeah man, brother. And he was very happy to be the inspiration, you know, the person that I saw that video from that led me to write that song.
No, there's one I think you have, The List. What's that about?
You coming down the funky line, you boy play there tonight there.
You want to play that for the listeners?
I mean, they can hear it. It's another lyrical song, so you mean you just displaying, you know, the talent and the ability.
That's why I said that you into the Bouyon, but more onto the romantic side. Yeah. Right.
You know, there's a lot of layers, man. There's a lot of layers.
Let us take 2 minutes of it.
So we can take 2 minutes of it.
But
oh,
yes, you're saying.
Yeah. I just wanted to give a fast little backstory. That song was due to some showdown it had last year, some controversy as to a certain list of names that was put outside. So I just made a song, and then you will understand what the song says. So yeah, man,
bye. Caution bits. DJ Taffy, run it. Woman every day, I say woman every day. Woman every day, woman and money. Woman every day, I say woman every day. Woman every day, yeah. I on the galleys, not on no man list. Yeah, you can catch me on the relays, not on no man list. Yeah, it could be a hit list or a wish list. You will never ever find me on a man list. Fire burn, slap this, and those that pushing badness. But they really pushing P when they in that place. I can never stick up on no man. I am not no TTW. No man can make me strip. I not danger HRV. I will never let another man rub me like Vicks. I don't want to be no breeze, because it's woman every day. I say woman every day. Woman every day. Woman and money. Woman every day. I say woman every day. Woman every day. Yeah. I on the galleys, not on no man list. Yeah, you can catch me on the relays, not on no man list. Yeah. When I was young, mommy told me work hard. Don't envy what nobody have, cause you never know how they get it and what they do to get it. You don't know if they have to spread it. If you working hard for your money, then take a drink with me. No man cannot write me. I not know 650. Hold me and spin me. I not know 360. Why bet for that Lacoste? It's only 350. Woman every day. I say woman every day. Woman every day. Woman and more.
Woman and money. Woman every day. I am on the real list.
Not on no man list.
Not on no man list. TrillaG, boy, you're not easy, boy. Huh? That's like a Beth, you know.
Yeah.
That was like a Beth.
Yeah, trust me, and it was a bit for real. It was some controversy that's going on social media with
50,
some names.
50 names.
A set of names, boy.
But you want to declare yourself
on the list. Yeah, man.
That
and declare myself and all the real fellas, all the real niggas, for lack of a better term, to show that
you're not on this list for no.
We're not on no man list.
Right.
Whatever list it might be about.
But you are on the real list.
We're on the real list.
The girl list.
Girl list, but we're not on no man list. Yeah.
What about this one? Hickey? Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Another one that you have?
Like, I don't know. You may be pronouncing
Yeki
it.
reading,
Oh, Yeki.
Right.
That they like, and it's Trilla on the mic. That they like. How much man you have? Yeki. And how much girls you have? Yeki. How much money you have? Yeki. And how much vibes you have? Yeki. Why? Let's go now. Yeki read them. Yeki vibes. Yeki read them. Yeki vibes. Yeki read them. Yeki vibes. Yeki read them. Yeki reading. Yeki vibes. Yeki free up, we live in life. Yeki woman. Yeki cash. Yeki girl shaking. Yeki ass. Yeki this. Yeki that. Makume throwing. Yeki chat. Yeki cuss. Yeki sin. Yeki house. Yeki everything. Yeki read them. Yeki vibes. Yeki read them. Yeki. Welcome to the city where we have Yeki read them. Welcome to the city where we have Yeki read them. TrillaG, I pop the cherry. Rio, Sakabai. DJ Real Boss, up there. Big up, Team Easy by 365. So how much money in your squad? Yeki. And how much bike on you have? Yeki.
I want to know what Yeki means now.
Well, Yeki basically.
It's a slang?
Yeah, it's a slang. It's more of it's kind of like a slang, but it's more used in the French countries.
Yeki sa.
To say Yeki like plenty
not,
of that.
Plenty of that.
Right, but like when we use it here, when we use it Dominica, especially in that song, we use it more in a more literal sense to say plenty. So Yeki this, Yeki Lacoste, Yeki chain, Yeki, But in the French countries they use it more to say like there's only that, or it's Yeki family.
Yeah, Yeki family.
Yeki family killer is only family that there.
Yes.
Is more family that there, something like that. Yeah.
No, you speak Creole? Because I heard you speak Creole in one or two songs of yours.
I can butcher Creole. I can try something. My mother is a French teacher.
Okay.
And she's one of the people when we were younger, she would try and talk Creole for us not to understand the Beth, So I tried to pick up as much as I could. So when it comes to, basic things, I can try my hand at it, but to say I'm a fluent Creole speaker or patois, I wish. Hopefully one day I'll get there.
I want to play 2 songs, and then I want to go into Calypso.
Okay.
I want to play Eric's story.
Okay.
And I want to play, which one you think? Let me hear you. Let me see if you can guess.
Well, I think you played a prayer in the beginning, so I'm not sure if you'll come back with the prayer. Eric's story and what else now? Yeah, so much song.
Well, wait for that one. I wouldn't tell you if you can't
Pamela, man.
I want to play Pamela. That will be the last Bouyon I would play.
Right. Which is like a cadence kind of hybrid.
So let's take Eric's story and you'll tell us what that's all about.
Yeah.
Eric on the run, he just up a boat. He killed his best friend, now he lose it all.
That is not part 1. Look for part 1.
Look for part 1.
Yeah, look for part 1.
Look for part 1. I'm saying part 2. You know what? We'll leave part 1 and part 2 and part 3.
Okay.
I'm trying to look for part.
You could play part 1.
I could play part 1. Let me see if I can get.
And then the people would go and listen to the rest.
Yes. Okay. TrillaG, Eric story. And you said play part 1.
Yeah, part 1.
Part 1. Let's see if I can get that to tell me. Yes, part 1.
Trilla on the mic is that they lie, yeah. Listen to the story, Eric's story, part 1, yeah. Eric light the joint, then he take a puff. He pass it to his partner Black, they two show on the block. Black was Eric dog from since they was young. Friendship like the weed they pulling out. Loyalty was strong. On the streets they call him Euro cause he loved that money. And he used to go up Guada just to deal that chronic. Euro had a dream he wanna touch a meal. But weed alone can't even pay his fletching bills. He had to sell his Tesla cause he self under pressure. His woman Keisha pregnant soon enough he'll have a daughter. Euro kill the roach and tell Black he know why they broke. He say dealing with his stroke. Father let's start selling coke. So now them man rolling in a HRV. They just come out on a high drugs in posse. Black was in the passenger, Eric behind the wheel. So at the front it's 2 G's, at the back 10 keys. They had to hit the brake cause they meet a line of traffic. Police out there searching people right and causing static. Soon enough it was their turn so they pulled over in their automatic. Eric was strapped so he took his semi-automatic. Late night police with their flashlight flashing all in black eyes. Black roll down his window and say cool out boy my eyesight. Police tell him shut up, he jam is gone in black mouth. He start to curse up black.
Yes, it looks like a real episode.
Yeah.
You know, of situations where young men would have gone through the bad side, and in the process, you have decided to make us understand that you need to live a better life.
Right. But so it has some harsh words there. I didn't want that to.
Yeah, I understand.
You know. No. So anybody that want to listen to these songs, they can check out my YouTube channel. You know, there's a lot of great songs on there. I try my best to create some, very lyrical content, for people that appreciate that vibes.
You went into soca this year, and you made Pamela.
Yeah.
Another nice one.
Right.
Let's listen a little bit to some of Pamela.
On the mic and it's that they like DJ Safi kind of music. Hey, Black wet. Na 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 na. Don't city grande. Na na na. Two-way. Na 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 na. Sote. Hey, there's a partner in the jam. Let me tell you his story. Listen to me. If you see him in the jam, we know a woman. Don't feel sorry for him, just put a drink in his hand. All night he alone, but little do you know that he have a woman not waiting for him at home. Pamela, oh yo yo, she not make no quarrel. Pamela, oh yo yo, she go never on you. Pamela, oh yo yo, she don't need your wallet. Pamela, oh yo yo, she know just how to love you. Pamela, she sweet. Pamela go be there for you anytime you need. But you know at times, the young lady under stress. Cause Pamela is the only woman that some fellas can get. Pamela, oh yo yo, she not make no quarrel. Pamela, oh yo yo, she go never on you. Pamela, oh yo yo, she don't need your wallet. Pamela, oh yo yo, she know just how to love you. Pamela, you ain't me Pamela. Pamela,
you're a great Bouyon artist. You are venturing into soca. I'm hearing quite a lot of cadas in this one.
Yeah.
But also too with the satire, the masking in this one, it can be a clear calypso if you decide to put the rhythm of calypso into this one.
True.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's very true. And
Like a Gin and Diner or Sparrow.
Right. So basically, this entire analysis, that breakdown that you just provided, that you just said, basically is the thought process that went into this project. I wanted to amalgamate all of these different aspects of our Caribbean music and make something appeal to the masses. And I actually wrote Pamela a couple years ago, in an effort to first venture into the the Cadas Calypso competition. However, at the time, I didn't think it happened. So I had the project there for a couple of years, and I decided to put it out last year.
And with that thought process of going into the Cadas Calypso didn't happen, but you were still able to bring it out. And I just love this one, Pamela.
Yeah, man.
Now, you find yourself now getting into an area where you never ever ventured.
Never.
I can say to you that I've gotten some messages from a few people. Sandy, singing Sandy, she says to me she's listening and she likes the interview with you.
All right, big up singing Sandy.
And the man, Naren says to me that he likes what he's hearing and that you are into calypso for the long haul. I do not know what he means when he say that you're into calypso for the long haul. Help us on that one.
Big up Naren one time, trendsetter. Basically, it's self-explanatory. I didn't come into calypso for anything other than to provide a message to the people. Like I said in the beginning of the interview, I always feel like I am of service to people, and not only of service, but I feel like I am the one that is supposed to bring out certain messages that other people cannot speak for themselves. And so calypso was a great avenue for me to express myself in that way, and it is something that I will continue to do as long as certain messages need to be told on behalf of the people.
Is it a fluke? Is it a mistake? Or was it calculated to become part of calypso?
It was definitely not a mistake and a fluke. I won't call it a fluke either, because a fluke, lightning struck twice in the same place in terms of myself. And then so like people have met me before and they'll say, boy, Bouyon, you're singing, why you going and sing calypso? Then I drop a song like Dictatorship. Now everybody, oh boy, you might go finals, but you should start working. You start working on your second song. If you don't have a good second song, then nothing.
That got you. You were frightened when you heard that.
And then, not necessarily, because I know what I'm capable of.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I wrote a second song, and then I went with my team, big up my team one time, and we strategized to drop the song on the night of the finals. Then the narrative changed. Everybody was like, oh, well, you fail. Oh, well, that wouldn't work for you. That wouldn't work in your favor. The naysayers, they go on my back, and they didn't have any faith in me.
No,
and then and then I drop a song like The Boycott on the night of the finals. And now guess what? The narrative has changed again. Can you do it next year? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I say all that to say, all right? People, it can never be a fluke, because from the beginning, people have wrote me off, and I have continued to prove them wrong each and every single time. So now the new narrative is, can I do it next year? Let's wait and see.
Now, when you entered into the ring that Friday night, 30th of December,
Right.
you sang 2 verses and 2 choruses. Did you dare go back to the judges or to the Calypso Association to find out where did you place among the 12?
Yeah, man, I found no right place.
Well, wait, so what number did you?
I come out fourth.
You came out 4th
Yeah.
on the night of the
Elimination.
yes.
Yeah,
elimination.
fourth.
Came out 4th.
Yeah.
Who would be would you know the persons who would have gone before you?
Not too sure, nah.
Okay, right.
Not too sure.
Now, when you sang the night, what was your expectation?
Well, my expectation was to make it to the next round. Yeah. And I have to big up the president one time, the DCA president, because he gave me some good advice. You know, he's a good mentor to all young Calypsonians, and any Calypsonians that need mentorship, he will be there for you. And he gave me some good advice. Because me and him, we spoke at the beginning of the season, and I told him that my goal is to get through each and every round, and wherever I end up. But my goal was to go through each and every round. So at that point in time, that was the exact goal, was to get to the next round. And so, you know, I wouldn't have liked to get to the next round, knowing that I scrape. So I wanted to do my best in each of the rounds to get to the next round and have a good placement, a nice solid spot in the rounds, you know.
I remember the elimination nights. DBS took the chance and had an interview. The only Calypsonian that DBS had an interview with that night.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Remember that night?
Yeah, I remember that. I was trying to go, man. You're checking, wait, TrillaG, come. Like the little interview, but it was a great interview, honestly. Yeah, man.
Because I wanted the world, when I interviewed you, I wanted the world to know that here comes another young Calypsonian who came from the Bouyon genre. We had Dice, we had Shadow Flow, who came from the Bouyon world himself. We had last year we had this young, he didn't come this year again. Bowers, I'm trying to remember his name.
Ridge, man.
Ridge, right? No, it's not Ridge. Yeah, Ridge.
Yeah, man, Ridge.
Ridge came last year. Didn't come last year. He had a real pounding one, and was kind of somewhat disappointed in terms of the results. And I didn't see him this year.
Okay.
When you came into the race, you told yourself that you would like to go for every round, but when you were going for every round, who did you tell yourself that you wanted to beat?
Well, you know, I have to big up the past Monarchs one time, because I mean, in the beginning, I came into the ring for my first time, and there were multitudes of Calypsonians who were very much more experienced than me in said field and in the arena. You know, they have been at this for years, and so they know what to expect, they know how to maneuver, they know how to do certain things, they know how to move on the stage, they know how to use their stage, their mic, they know how to please the judges and all of that. I was coming into it brand new, so really and truly everybody was a threat to me. Everybody had to try to get on everybody's level. But however, as I progressed into the competition, and I mean, I'm a quick learner, so I tried to learn as quickly as possible. And as I got through into the competition, really and truly, I started to look towards, you know, the people who were really in the run-ins for that crown. And so I cannot do this interview without bigging up my competition at the time. All the other finalists, you know, including 5 past Monarchs. So big up all the young people that was there with me, you know, Shanice, the Healer, Black Diamond, and then the past monarchs. You have JD, you have Dice, you have Bob, you have Daddy Chess, and you have Tasha P. If I forget anybody, I'm sorry, but all them people were formidable motivators, I like to call them, so that I could put my best foot forward. And these are really the people I knew that I had to bring my A game for, and any slip up would have costed me this jewelry on my head right now.
When you heard the master of ceremony, Val Coffee, Young Bull, I'm going to play this for you. I want you to tell me what was going through your mind after.
Only one will be the monarch of Dominica. You have just as good as mine. Gentlemen, we have made sure that we have a good association in place. Enough respect to observe and the crew. Thank you to all fans for coming.
So tell me at that time what was going through your mind.
Well, at that point in time, that's when he announced me. That's when he.
No, you have not.
You have not announced me yet.
You're just speaking and telling people.
I was at the back. I was at the back of the room, and I was at the back. I was at the back, like in the backstage, and I remember telling my mother and her friend, "Mommy, if I come out anything other than, I think, either first or second, I'm going to be very disappointed in myself, because I'm very hard on myself. I try my best to perform as best as I can and put myself in the best possible chance to win, because I love to win, as anybody should. People should love to win in life, no matter what you're doing. You could be doing one of the things that is, most minor or minuscule that the society might think is minor, but if you're doing it, you have to do it to the best of your ability. You have to do it to win, and that's basically the competitive fire I had on that night. I wanted to perform so well to put myself in the best possible chance to win. I wrote some of my best work to give myself the best possible chance to win. I check all the boxes. You understand? Maybe I can fix up my diction, but I tried so hard to do what I had to do to win, and I felt like it had to pay off somewhere or somehow. So honestly, at that point in time when Val is giving the results, I pull up and it's just smooth sailing. Smooth sailing because I knew the amount of work that I done, and I know that the people were feeling the vibes. Up to that point, a lot of people had already came up to me. Well, if they happened to had seen me outside there, because I tried my best to stay in my tent as much as possible. I didn't want to interact too much with people. But I got hungry after my second performance, and I went to get something to eat, and a lot of people meet me and say, "Yeah, boy, you're the one." And so I had that vote of confidence from the people. It made me feel a lot better in myself. And so while I was on the stage, it was just smooth sailing, just waiting for the results, whatever they may be. Once I see, remember I tell you, when I was inside the in the room, I tell my mother anything other than second, I'll be sad. Once I see the two first go, I say, okay, anything is anything. Yeah, man.
Yeah, listen to this.
Thank you very much for a great show. The first runner-up, best runner-up. The first runner-up, best runner-up. The first runner-up, best runner-up. First runner-up, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who's the first runner-up? Dice. You are the 2023 Calypso monarch of Dominica.
You would have heard and you would have seen the screams again, vote of confidence by the people.
Yeah.
And in that vote of confidence, when you became the monarch, immediately new thoughts are running through your mind.
Of course.
What would have been those thoughts?
Okay, so, well, first of all, and to big up Dice one time. Dice was a very good sport. From time they announced the results, he reached over and he gave me a tag, and I gave him a tag. And trust me, that was one of the most strengthening things for me, because it showed me that, Dice was, he was receptive and he accepted, the fact that, somebody young came in and, did what they had to do in order to win the crown. And, that really make me feel, good, So enough respect to him and all the other Calypsonians. Once again, they all embraced me. However, to answer your question, when I sat down on the throne, and then my queen, not my queen, my original queen, but the queen for this year Britain, and she take the crown, and so I sit down on the chair. When I decided to take the crown, and she rests it like that, the first thing I thought about, I say, what? Look, I have to write a 10 times better song for next year.
Wow.
That was the first thing I think about. From time she put the crown on my head, I say, what? I have to come back next year. I have to come back stronger next year. I say, yes, I. And I had to snap out of it a little. I tell myself, my boy, just enjoy the moment. You don't try and put pressure on yourself. You just win a crown, something that is, pretty remarkable. Given the fact that, you just rewrite history and so on. I had to tell myself all of those things to try to get out of the fact of the zone. I should say that, I don't try and see what happening next year.
When you started to write that Calypso song, the lyrics, were you aware of the various categories that you had to deal with? Lyrics, rendition, melody, and presentation.
I started focusing on those those aspects of the competition. I should say after quarterfinals. After my placing in quarterfinals, I say, okay, well, I need some. I clearly need some work. I need to do some work, and so I tried to find out exactly what is the criteria, and so I did that. I sit down and I studied the criteria, and I tried to work on each of the areas as best as I could. I mean, lyrics is something. Your song is your song. You can do work to your song, and add things on your song. Melody is another thing. Melody, you basically wrote the melody of the song already. That's something you cannot really change. So you really have to come into those things as strong as possible your first time. But your diction, you can work on that, because diction is something that can be affected even on the night. Even if the song system, that can affect your diction and your rendition. I should say your rendition. And then your presentation is something you have ultimate say in when it comes to the night of the competition.
So in the 4 areas, which one you felt that you had to do more work on? In areas of lyrics, did you have to do any changes in your lyrics later on? Your melody, did you figure out that your melody wasn't strong enough, or you had to do some adjustment? Or your rendition, did you have to look at rendition and look at diction and look at articulation, voice quality to determine how you bring out that song to present it to the general public?
Okay, so at one point, I think I was getting certain scores for my lyrics, and I say, what? Boy, I get them kind of scores there for lyrics. And then somebody advised me to add a last verse. I think somebody called me. I don't know the person want me to say who is the person that called me. They might be in the studio, sit down with us all now. So Cecil, boy, you that call me. I selling you out. You call me. And then he was one of the persons that say that song dictatorship. It need a conclusion. It need something missing. And then from there I kept hearing that a couple of people will meet me and tell me like dictatorship missing something. So that's when I got to work and I started writing a last verse, a fourth verse for dictatorship. And I wrote that verse since after the quarterfinals. And I did not drop it at the semis. I say if I ever reach finals, that would be the icing on the cake. And I certainly think that it truly helped in order for me to secure the crown, because the lyrics on the score sheet, the lyrics score sheet proved that.
No, the night of the finals, you would have gotten, I don't use the word cold feet, because you'd have seen a big crowd compared to the other periods. How were you able now to decide that you're going to manipulate the minds of those who were looking onto you?
That's the night of the finals?
Night of the finals.
Well, the night of the finals, I knew, I always had faith and I trusted in my team. Big up my team one time. Big up Alex Bruno. Big up Father Briggs and everybody that was on the team, helping out and helping in any way they can. My mother, Sammy later, Samantha later, everybody. You know, I had a strong team. I had a very strong team. JL Joseph one time, big up. And each of these people got on board with this strategy of dropping that second song, The Boycott, on the night of the finals. Because we knew what we had and we knew the presentation that we had. And once I got on board with the idea, I knew that it would work because the presentation of the song would sell the song as best as it could, and that's exactly what happened. So, when people were talking and giving their views and so on, I just let people give their views because I knew exactly what I had on my hands.
No, I am watching the results of round 2, because I want to deal with round 2 first, which when you sang Dictatorship. Judge number 1 gave you for lyrics 42 points. Judge number 2, 29. Judge number 3 gave you...
Where you seen that then?
I have it.
Where you get that? Boy!
Remember, I'm a journalist, right?
Wee.
And I have to make research.
Okay.
And onto whatever I'm saying to the public
Yes,
is real. So, judge number 1, 42. Judge number 2, 29. Judge number 3, 28. Judge number 4, 34. Judge number 5, 31. Judge number 6, 30. Judge number 7, 31.5. Judge number 8, 28. And judge number 9, 29 points.
Yes, sir.
So that's what they gave you in first round. In melody, they gave you, judge number 1 gave you 42. Judge number 2 gave you 28. Judge number 3 gave you 28. Judge number 4 gave you 42. Judge number 5 gave you 41. Judge number 6 gave you 42. Judge number 7 gave you 41. Judge number 8 gave you 28. And judge number 9 gave you 29. In rendition, which you spoke about earlier on that you may have to do some work on, judge number 1 gave you, in round 2, 18. Judge number 2 gave you 16. Judge number 3 gave you 15, and that's over 20. Judge number 4 gave you 18. Judge number 6 gave you 17. Judge number 7 gave you 18. Judge number 7 gave you 16.5, sorry. Judge number 8 gave you 14. And judge number 9 gave you, is it 9? Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, judge number 9 gave you 16. And in presentation, you find yourself getting, in round 2, judge number 1 gave you 10 out of 10. Judge number 2 gave you 9 out of 10. Judge number 3 gave you 8 out of 10. Judge number 4 gave you 10 over 10. Judge number 5 gave you 9.5 over 10. Judge number 6 gave you 10 over 10. Judge number 7 gave you 9 over 10. Judge number 8 gave you 8 over 10. And judge number 9 gave you 9 over 10. And in your presentation, round 2, okay, I gave the presentation right. And in round 1, your positions were, judge number 1 had you, in round 2 had you 1. Judge number 2 with 92 points. Judge number 2 had you position number 1 with 82 points. Judge number 3 had you number 1 with 79 points. Judge number 4 had you at number 1 with 94 points. Judge number 5 had you 88.5, have you at number 1. Judge number 6 had you at 90 with points 90 with position number 2. Judge number 8 or judge number 7, sorry, had you with 88 points, had you at number 7. And judge number 8 had you at 89 points with position number 1. And judge number 9 had you at 83 with position number 1. So only 2 judges, one had you at number 7 and one had you at number 2 that night. What you made of that in terms of round 2?
Well, you know, I was just happy that I found favor with most, if not all, of the judges. You know, the judges, they're doing it, they're volunteering to do it. I mean, even if they volunteer, they have to do it, you know, out of respect for the Calypso and the genre itself. But Calypso, as a product, involves the judges, and so, you know, we just want them to continue to provide the best results as possible, so that the people can find favor with it. And the people, I do believe that for the most part, the people appreciated the judging this time around. So hats off to them, kudos to them. Although they may be, and especially if they knew that they did it out of the good conscience of their heart. So big up the judges one time.
Dick Taylor Ship. So the name of the owner of that boat is Dick, surname Taylor. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dick Taylor.
Dick Taylor Ship.
He's the hired contractor.
He's the hired contractor. All right. And he's not the captain.
One second.
Yes.
Cecil, people giving us a little fire under the live. They say you need for you to have water. To give me.
Yes. I'm going to play some music. I just, a while ago I said that. I'll be quite honest with you. I just said
and
that.
it's like, as they say that they're drinking, I go do some water for you.
Yes. I'm going to play this one and then I'm going to get you some water.
All right,
I just want to apologize for that.
No problem.
Normally
no
I
problem,
have my
no
water,
problem.
then maybe that's why the person did that.
No problem.
All right then. Let's
yeah,
take
I good.
Yeah.
I good.
All right.
We just want that.
TrillaG on the mic in Calypso. I don't want airport no more. I tired murder my hopes. Plus Sire is a ship we building to take us where we want to go. We hired a famous boat builder by the name of Dick Taylor, and he started laboring way back in 04. And soon we will sail the seas. The entire world will freeze when they see we mountain a Dick Taylor ship all along. So if you want to party and forget all your worries, then all aboard, all aboard. And if you want to know where they're giving out free money, then all aboard, all aboard. We mountain a ship, Dick Taylor ship. No more leadership, only Dick Taylor ship. We sell the citizenship for the Dick Taylor ship. By 2026 is Dick Taylor ship. Yeah, and we will sail away from democracy on a Dick Taylor ship. Boy, I believe you got me by word. Hey, nice, but some workers don't like his designs. Well, all who want to protest can do it. All the policemen on the side. That sheep avoid gangs, to banks and to radio stations, and fuel from Petro-Caribe. That sheep have water and light, and the fearless captain. We just hope the captain the reset is through again. So if you want to party and forget all your worries, say all aboard, all aboard. There's room for everybody except for them shabba. We say all aboard, all aboard. We moved in a ship, we give out ambassadorship for the dictatorship. Hey, no more scholarship, dictatorship. By 2026 is dictatorship. Boy, and we will sail away from democracy on a dictatorship. Hey, everything got me there by boy. Hey, 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 TrillaG on the mic in Kaiso. Hey, the workers really not pleased. They don't want to sail on the seas, but the only chance they could stop the building, they catch them with their pants below their knees. Oh God, we will rival Venezuela, Cuba and North Korea when our dictatorship about to set sail. I just hope like the Titanic that our ship don't sink by an iceberg or a little fountain. So if you want to party and forget all your worries, all aboard, all aboard. I say if you like to see oh, and forget all your devil, then all aboard, all aboard. We moved in a ship, dictatorship. We sing relationship, dictatorship. We mash up all friendship, dictatorship. So by 2026 is dictatorship. And we will sail away from democracy on a dictatorship. Hey, I'm me day by word. Hey, 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 TrillaG on the mic in Calypso. Hey, hey, hey.
Yes, TrillaG on the mic in Calypso. TrillaG. Mike, normally I have a co-host. Not normally, I always have a co-host. In the person of Mr. Adams. He's here with me. Just want to say good night, Adams.
Good night. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm listening to your interview with TrillaG.
Hello, good night.
Obviously, I would have met him early in the competition. Well, not in the competition, in the tent, Stardom tent, where I spoke with him. When he sang the song for the first time, Dictatorship. It was at the Stardom tent in the former Anchorage Hotel, and I spoke with him about the song. In fact, the first time he sang the song, he stumbled on the song.
That's the first time you heard him?
That's the first time he sang it. I was there.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about in Stardom.
In Stardom,
Yeah.
But the first time I sing it was in Eliminations.
Right, that's
in
right.
Eliminations.
That's
But,
the
but the first time I heard his song.
Right, that's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah. But very interesting. In fact, there's a very interesting article here. I'll just let you hear some of it from the Sun. Dated Tuesday, February 21st, 2023.
Get closer to the mic. Oh, yeah.
2023 is emerging from Calypso obscurity. Giles John Baptiste, known in the entertainer scene as TrillaG, broke new ground in Dominica by being the first newcomer in Calypso to capture the coveted Monarch title. The 23-year-old, best known for his work in the Bouyon scene, debuted in the National Calypso competition this year, winning judges' favor in each leg of the contest. Very interesting that he was able to, I listened to some of the scores, but I will just go on to tell you something more. On the evening of February 18, 2023, TrillaG stepped before the eagerly awaiting audience to deliver his first rendition, D-Boy Court, which he released on the night of the finals. At that moment, the artist firmly established himself as the one to watch, leaving the crowd cheering as he exited the stage. Lyrical intent was his strong suit, making him a clear and early crowd favorite. In his second song, Dictatorship, which many have grown to love, TrillaG sealed his victory. The new monarch and his participation in the Calypso competition was it intended to display his lyrical prowess to a different crowd. I was already falling in love with the genre for some time now, but I was no Calypsonian, he explained. However, I was determined to break the narrative that the Bouyon guys were not taken seriously in that arena. I watched them, I studied them, I learned from them, I asked the question, I sought advice, and they offered to give twice as much. Succeeding his win, he appealed for the Calypso genre revolutionization. So here is a very key one. Cecil, he wants to revolutionize the Calypso scene. TrillaG, who dethroned JD and beat 9-time King Dice to the throne, said, "People keep saying that I am young and I may be the future of Calypso. I consider myself to be one of the bright stars in Calypso." He continued, "But I think we can revolutionize the Calypso genre a little more, bring it back to what it used to be before, and try to create albums so that the people can play at any time. I do not want Calypso to be a dead genre after Tewi Vaval." I wonder what he means by that. And therefore, I would like to ask him the question, what is he talking about when he's talking about revolutionizing Calypso? What does he mean? TrillaG, question to you from the brain. What do you really mean by revolutionizing Calypso?
All right, so basically, Calypso, especially in Dominica, has it's developed a cycle. Now, like I said, I'm no Calypsonian. I really don't want to step on anybody's toes. That's not my agenda. That's not my aim. That's my motive. I'm just simply observing things and bringing it to light how I see fit. So me being a Bouyon artist exposed to Bouyon music, which is something that is, more of an exportable product, I should say. Not necessarily exportable, but it's more of a product where we consume, we buy it, we sell it. Many of us tour on Bouyon music and so on and so forth. And I feel like in Dominica, not necessarily in the other Caribbean islands, but in Dominica, Calypso has not yet fulfilled that aspect of it. So I'm looking at Calypso as one of the biggest genres in Dominica around Carnival time. And then after Carnival time, we hear nothing of it. Certain things I see that we're doing in terms of Calypso for the competition, which I talk about the releases and so on, we can do them a bit better. I myself will try to do them a bit better, which is why I speak about revolutionize it. So I'll give you an example, because I think I just talking and I'm not really making you understand what I'm trying to say. So for example, with Dictatorship, I had an entire rollout release of that song. So I had an entire release plan of that song. I dropped the video on the internet from the eliminations, make people build a hype around it. After that, I put out the artwork, get people hyped up for that, and then I uploaded it to stores on iTunes and Apple Music and Spotify and so on and so forth. I hardly hear about Calypsonians uploading their music to stores. You understand? So that's something that is different that I've already done. But I'm going into this year's competition. So I have my Calypso music on stores, on distribution stores right now, collecting royalties and collecting money. You understand? So I'm making money from that. Even after Carnival, I'll be making money from the amount of people that listen to Dictatorship. Alright? And that's something that I really haven't seen somebody else done. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, probably Black Diamond has done it before. But really and truly, on the scale that we taking it to now, we're taking it to a whole new level. And I'm glad to have some young people like Black Diamond on board with that mission as well. And so with the boycott, same thing. I have this music on stores and so on and so forth. Really and truly, so many years people have been doing calypso. I feel like by now one of the artists, the Calypsonian, should have at least tried to create an album, especially due to the fact that, unlike myself, that have Bouyon music plus a job to focus on, some of these people do calypso alone. I would have expected to see a calypso album by now, since calypso is the only genre that you do. If you do a calypso album, at least you trying to expand the horizons apart from just the competition, and that way you can keep calypso alive outside of Carnival, and also you can please your fans and patrons of people that love calypso. You can give them something more to look forward to, so I mean, all of these ideas are certainly things that I look to try to achieve in the future, to provide people with, at least it don't have to be an album, but probably a single during the year, and do it in a calypso format, just to keep people, hyped up and amped up for when the Carnival season comes around.
Let me just ask you.
Let me just ask him a follow-up question, and then you'll have it. No, the idea that people have is normally calypso must remain in the 1 to 3 beat. I don't subscribe to that, because there was a big discussion as to calypso versus soca. Was calypso soca or soca calypso? And we now accept soca as calypso. So the music has evolved. I want to see a transition between, let's say, the Bouyon and the calypso, a fusion. Because I always believe that Chebion Sukuya by the man from St. Joseph, Jeff Chu, is a calypso for me, because I believe that one has to experiment with the genre of music. Bouyon is being played. In fact, calypso music for the road was hardly played. Bouyon was played. So can there be a fusion of calypso Bouyon, or what you want to call it, Bouyon calypso? Because we have to create a music that the young people can buy into it. Because basically, I do not find young people gravitating to the kind of calypso we're playing. I do not find it. Because calypso should not only be in a competition for a crown, but as he said, it should be a product that we can market and sell to the international world. Because we have been playing calypso, singing calypso for so many years here in Dominica. And with the exception of the Hunter, we have not been seeing the type of evolution or revolution that he has created in terms of going to social media, YouTube and what have you, the different media platforms, to experiment with the music and even collecting royalties from the music on YouTube or whatever the platforms he's using. So when he talks about revolutionizing the calypso, I want to challenge him in terms of, he's a Bouyon man, he's a calypso man. I listened to the beats that he had with the African Afro, the Afro beat that's now taking the whole Caribbean and the world. I want to see a new creation for the calypso. If he's talking revolution, I want him not to only be thinking, well, let me go back to the old style.
Maybe no. Maybe you're talking about more Bouyon, but I can tell you thus far, from Carib Bacchanal to this present moment, we have had a lot of Bouyon into our calypso dice, and that's one of the reasons why you find people gravitate towards the calypso that they would have heard from Dominica over that they would have heard from Antigua before, and that of Trinidad. And that is because the fusion of Bouyon has been involving. But I want to hear TrillaG's view on that.
Yeah, well, the revolutionize is in all aspects. Certainly, we would like to experiment with more songs and we will try to do we will try our best to do that. But when it comes to Bouyon, as Cecil already said, Bouyon has already found its way into the calypso, and really and truly that was always bound to happen because calypso is the, like I said in the beginning of the interview, is the mother of most genres Caribbean wise. From calypso, that's where we get the cadence and the zouk.
It's a gateway. TrillaG,
soca.
someone is on the telephone. I've been getting a few calls off late, but I really wanted to let you do what you have to do. But there are some persons on the line, or one person is on the line. Let me hear what the person has to say or ask you. Good evening to you, caller.
Good night, Cecil.
Good evening.
Mr. Adams, good night.
Good night, my brother.
And your Calypso King.
Yeah, good night, sir.
Cecil, I have a problem, and I think I differ from what man has just said. The first ever, and the first, and it happens with the young people, then I think
You caller, I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you clearly.
Okay.
So can you call me back? Can you call me back? Yes. Just call me back.
Hello.
No, you have to call me back. I'm sorry because I'm not hearing you clearly.
Well, Cecil,
Yes.
let me just follow up.
No, we're not into any argument. I think
No, I'm not arguing
No,
with you.
TrillaG had a point to make. Let's
Yeah,
let him
make-
finish
let-
his
let me
point.
finish
Yeah.
one.
Hold on. Apparently, the person wants to call back. Let's call back. Yes, TrillaG.
No, I was just saying that the Bouyon music has already found its way into the calypso because calypso is the parent of most Caribbean music. Soca, as we know, or some people may know, soca was originated there in Dominica. So soca, Bouyon, and other forms of music directly came from the calypso rhythm. So I mean, when I say go back to what calypso used to be, I'm not saying that we should like regress in terms of the music. I'm saying that we should go back to the true art form of calypso, try and make it more of the art of what it used to be.
Let's try to get that person again on the telephone. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
You hear me clearly?
Some static, but go ahead.
That a little static. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
try to do my best to speak as clearly as possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, TrillaG. Good evening, Mr. Adams. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I like the question that Mr. Adams posed, but I don't know if TrillaG can kind of clarify or support what I'm about to say, or detest as well. Mr. Adams, in my view, based on the question you posed, listening to dictatorship is answering your question, because in my view there is a kind of like a free genre fuse or amalgamate in dictatorship. So what you are asking, in my view, TrillaG is already addressing it, because if you listen to this song, it has that type of how do you call it? You can say it had a little, how do you call it now?
A little bouillon.
Man, come straight to the point.
Yeah, it have a little bouillon.
Yes.
It have a little calypso, and it have a little not the compa, but the cadence lipso in it. So I think that song is already addressing your question. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, caller. TrillaG, I want to find out from you, dictatorship. How did you come about composing? And I use the word deliberately, composing, because you actually have composed this one. Only if you want to give me some correction in terms of the music arrangement. But before I do that, someone's on the telephone. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you.
Megan Cecil.
Yes, sir.
Good. As I was saying, I think I differ from what Mr. Adams has just said regards to the strategic how you call it, combination of Bouyon music and soca and calypso. And then my problem is, one, judging. How are you going to change the entire judging criteria for calypso?
Are you asking the question?
Calypso has a specific criteria, right? In performance. You have strategic criteria for judging a calypso. Okay? Sometimes he may pass, he may a little bouillon, as you said. To me, in particular, that is my personal belief. If the artist wants to confirm that there is bouillon in the play, I listen to the song, I listen to the tense, to me, I don't find any bouillon. The how you call it, the chorus song seems to differ than the normal calypso thing. I don't call that bouillon. That is just an art form that he developed by himself. That is his personal development, and I don't see it combining, or there's a combination of bouillon into the song. As personal, as a former judge, I don't know, somebody else may differ or say something else different, but I don't see it. And as I said, how are you going to judge the competition? Because there's a specific criteria for judging a calypso. So if you want to combine and say, let's link Bouyon with the song, with the calypso and whatnot, I defer that. I defer that. I don't think. If you get in my point, if you get in me, you have to change the strategy. You have to change all the criteria for the calypso competition. Because you're not going to judge one artist differently than the other artist. Because you're judging a calypso. You judge if there in a specific combination of his song, he wants to add it. It may not sound bouillonish.
Caller, let me just tell you, I'm not here tonight for that. I don't have time, and I want to tell Brain I'm not going to entertain any more conversation on the issue of calypso and bouillon. I'm here tonight. Okay, go ahead.
Cecil,
yes.
Let me just.
Yes, because we're wasting time.
I am responding to the thing that Mr. Adams made.
And you were very correct, and I don't want to continue the conversation on that matter. Okay, so Adams, and let me just tell you straight off. I want to make you know straight off. I'm here to interview the monarch. I'm not here to talk about bouillon and the intrusion or the infusion or the fusion that you're speaking about. Let's talk to the gentleman. He's here. Hold on, Brain. Hold on, Brain. Go ahead. Make your point. He is here so that we can have a discussion on the act that he brought forward, and he was judged by the judges. His act from what was judged was seen as the best act for the night, and that's where we're going to go.
We are not disputing that.
So let's leave that in peace.
Hang on, Cecil. He spoke to an article that I'm reading from The Sun. We are here and we're addressing his own thought.
But he said it already, answered it clearly, and I'm just saying that he has given the idea of how we should, as Calypsonians, not we, but how Calypsonians should now take the art and create more out of it, generate more revenue out of it. And I think that is enough in terms of what he would like to do in the reset of Calypso. So I just want to continue the conversation here. Let's go to telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Cecil Joseph.
Good evening to you, sir.
And good evening to King TrillaG.
Hey man, good evening.
Cecil Joseph, what a wonderful interview.
Thank you very much.
I must congratulate you. You really sold that man. You make me understand this young man. A man of humility, an inspiring young person for other young people. And I must congratulate him on winning not just the monarch, but winning the hearts of Dominicans. And also with his own composition, the fact that someone can write their own lyrics, and their lyrics can be top in a competition, they must be congratulated. And I want him to remain humble and keep inspiring other young people. Remember that the crown is something heavy to carry, so therefore he must carry it, will be responsible in his actions, realize that he's under the microscope. Everyone is looking at him, so they expect him to carry that crown in a very wonderful way. And I just want to congratulate him. My name is Edgar Hunter, if you don't know. And I am really, really proud of TrillaG. And I'm also very proud of you, Cecil. Great interview. Good night. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Big up yourself, caller. Big up yourself, Mr. Hunter.
And we don't have much time with TrillaG because we intended to finish at 9, but he had given us another hour. So TrillaG, I was asking you the question quickly before I go to the next song.
Yeah.
How do you come about writing the lyrical lines of dictatorship?
Yeah, man. Well, Dick Taylor came about. I actually was juggling 3 different ideas for participating in the competition this year. Earlier on in the year, I wrote a calypso. The name of it was Selling Cock, as a response to that song, Cocoa for Sale, the previous year. As I wrote it as a response, and I was going to put that out just for the Carnival season this year, not to partake in the competition, but just to have, just to show that, I might be able to write a calypso and so on and so forth. And then when I wrote that song, I just decided to challenge myself to write on different topics as well, to get something of my own, because if you're doing a response, then really and truly the idea is solely not yours. You're just playing off of someone's idea. So I decided that I was going to try my hand at creating something from my mental space, and I went ahead and wrote on 3 different ideas, and I honestly had dictatorship as a more serious, very hard-hitting song. And then when I brought it to my manager, TrillaG, he told me to try to move more in a direction of a more fun song, a song that anyone can enjoy, no matter what side of the fence they might be on. And so I went and challenged myself even further to write such a song, where I have lines like, if you want to party and forget your worries, then all about, it's from him that these ideas came aboard. I also ran that song by my mother and my uncle, and she gave me certain key elements that I can, include in the song, such as all the policemen, on his side, because
to radio stations.
To radio, well, that's mine. That's I came up with that. To radio stations, fuel from Petro Caribe, all them things. These were what I did. I started jotting down. I just jot long lines, and then I had like a broth. Well, I had the ingredients for the broth, and I say okay, and time to start cooking the broth. So I take all the ingredients, I put them in the pot, and then we had a lovely plate of food at the end of the day.
Let's listen to the song in the first round. See.
The boycott. Trilla on the mic, the boycott. A pleasant good evening, everybody. I am the undercover agent, TrillaG. I didn't come here to Bouyon rice sky so just to reveal some secrets you didn't know. Let's go back to the night the boss man cried. I promise you he didn't cry for you and I. The real reason why the boy was so upset, he get caught while fixing his cabinet. The boycott, the boycott. It was a Sunday night and the rain had just finished fall. The boycott, oh yes, the boycott. The boycott, that's why he go down Central and Ball. When the south is flooded, he didn't shed a tear. but he crying for some old useless furniture. The boycott, Lord, the bloody boycott. Another day, guys, so the boycott, the boycott, the boycott. The boycott really hurt him bad, cause we rarely ever see him publicly mad. But from the time of the hurricane, I never really see the boss man in pain. While the country drowning in poverty, he all smiles in a frowning economy. No price for the rising gun violence, but for the little boycott, he can't stay silent. The boycott, the boycott, the boycott. I guess he have a soul after all. The boycott, where's the boycott? The boycott, he didn't see it coming at all. He didn't cry when the little girl disappeared, but he all on stage sobbing like he care. But it's the boycott, Lord, the bloody boycott. Blow, guys, so the boycott, the boycott, the boycott. The boy had the whole world laughing at him. The way he get on was so embarrassing. Trying to fix up the cabinet in a snap, until the boycott interfere with that. He went crying in every community, since he needed our help to get immunity. Well, the people who help have already sued, cause that same cabinet could pay in them too. The boycott, the boycott. And when it happened, he had no idea who to call. The boycott, oh yes, the boycott. The boycott, it really make him feel small. Two mothers slaughtered, two open the air. Not a word of condolence from in my ear. But it's the boycott, Lord, they still checking the boycott. Blow, guys, so the boycott, the boycott, the boycott. Boss, you get caught once, why get caught twice? My dimpled brother, take my advice. You cannot want to share your cabinet when your whole infrastructure need to reset. So go ahead, cry from now till kingdom come, and neglect what that truly need reform. If you do not take the proper precaution, then another boycott is sure to come. The boycott, the boycott. He need a healing stronger than paracetamol. The boycott, I'm telling you, the boycott. Tell him dry his eyes, because it ain't doing nothing at all. Just tell him I say stop play in that cabinet. Look now, we put 24 different compartments. The boycott, and somehow survive the boycott. Blow, guys, so the boycott, the boycott, the boycott. TrillaG on the mic, start the line, start the line, yeah. The boycott, in Kaiso, yes.
TrillaG deliberate attempt not to make people hear this one on the airwaves prior to the finals. We know, most of us, those of us who have been following Calypsos for some time, that did happen in the past, where Calypsonians, with their powerful last rendition, would not have made the public hear it. Did you feel that you were making a gamble in that decision?
Of course, yeah, it was a gamble, but it was a calculated gamble. It was a calculated risk, and the outcomes for the better outcomes certainly outweighed the negative ones, as we can rightfully tell, sitting here tonight with this amazing honorary piece of jewelry on my head right now, with my little curls on my head. But yeah, that was the gamble. And it was certainly a wonderful gamble. I would just like to big up my team one more time. I'll never stop bigging them up, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be with this right now, sitting here with you tonight, Cecil.
Penning that song,
Mm-hmm.
The Boycott. It's a two meaning, a play of words, doubleta, in terms of
You sure it's two?
Yes, boycott,
Mm-hmm.
which is he's been caught
Mm-hmm.
doing something,
Uh-huh.
and your hand been cut.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I know it's, to me, when I listen to the content of the song,
Mm-hmm.
it has some level of satire into it,
Mm-hmm.
and some masking into it. Now,
What about the boycott?
what about the boycott?
What about the boycott?
The BOY
The BOYCOTT.
TT.
Mm-hmm.
What about it?
Uh-huh.
The last verse told me about it.
Right. So that's it's triple.
Right.
Not double,
Well,
but
that's,
triple.
it's triple.
Yeah.
In this case, yeah, it's triple.
Triple.
Right. You're correct.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, man.
Now, how were you, or at what point did you look at the various issues that would enable you to look at the three angles of boycott?
Just repeat that question now.
What were the areas or the issues that you had to look at to determine what the boycotts were? The various boycotts that you spoke about in the song. Boycotting coupe, and boycotting the issue, or boycotting what he expected in the reset.
But when you say issues, you say,
You spoke about many issues in the song.
right. So that's what I'm saying. I spoke about many issues. So which issue exactly?
I'm talking about all of the issues and how you were able to put each of the issue in its area to deal with the issue of boycott.
Okay, so basically, every time when I write a song, my writing process involves making that song cohesive, and by cohesive, I try to make my song a story. So I believe that Calypso is just like an essay, and I really that's why I thrive. That's what I love to do. I write essays. I've won competitions writing essays already. So in an essay, you have an introduction, you have the body, you have supporting points in your body, and then you have your conclusion. And so what I basically did was I sat down and I looked at the entire issue, and I just got supporting points along the entire ordeal, and I put them together for the song in a way that I make the song flow. So I told a story using all these events with an introduction and a conclusion. So that's basically what I did in terms of the boycott. You understand?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Now, that night, again, I would like to read out for you, TrillaG, how the judges looked at you that night. Round one, because this one came out in round one. They gave you round one for lyrics 31 points. Judge number 2 gave you 29 points out of 35. Judge 3 gave you 29. Judge 4, 32. Judge 5, 31.5. Judge 6, 28. Judge 7, 29.5. Judge 8, 30. And Judge 9 gave you 30. That's round one. In melody, they gave you Judge 1 gave you 30, Judge 2 30, Judge 3 gave you 29, Judge 4 gave you 31, Judge 5 gave you 29.5, Judge 6 gave you 27, Judge 7 gave you 27, Judge 8 gave you 27, and Judge 9 gave you 29. For rendition, Judge 1 gave you 17, Judge 2 gave you 16, Judge 3 gave you 16, Judge 4 gave you 19, Judge 5 gave you 17.5, Judge 6 gave you 17, and Judge 7 gave you 16, Judge 8 gave you 15, Judge 9 gave you 15. In presentation, Judge 1 gave you 10, Judge 2 gave you 9, Judge 3 gave you 7, Judge 4 gave you 10, Judge 5 gave you 9, Judge 6 gave you 9, Judge 7 gave you 7, Judge 8 gave you 8, and Judge 9 gave you 9. Now, in terms of your position in round 1, Judge 1 gave you 2, or had you in position number 2. So someone came out before you. Judge number 2 had you position number 2. Judge number 3 had you at number 1. Judge 4 had you at number 1. Judge 5 had you at number 1. Judge 6, had you at position number 7. Judge 7 had you in position number 7. And Judge 3 had you at number 3. Judge 8 had you at number 3. And Judge 9 had you at number 2. What do you make of Judge number 6 and 7 having you at position number 7?
Well, you know, the judges, they come on the night and they are given a task, and however they handle their task, you know, they do it as such. You know, with many of the how I'd say it, many of the circumstances that goes on, you know, certain judges judge differently from others. However, we appreciate each and every judge once again for doing their work, because as you know, it's voluntary work, but it's hard work. And so, you know, we just encourage all judges to continue the good work, keep it up, and let's try to do even better in the next go around. And yeah, man.
We're about to finish. You're about to get down to
the judge's decision is final. I'm not going to comment on it.
Okay. Now, TrillaG, I know I'm speaking to quite a number of people here on my WhatsApp, and some of them are asking for you to be coming, or to be in New York, to be in Houston, to be in the Tri-States. Some are asking for you to come to Canada. You have a huge task ahead to be an ambassador of Calypso.
Yeah, man. And honestly, I'm up for the challenge. Like the caller stated earlier on, heavy's the head that wears the crown. I think that's how the saying goes. And so I'm ready for, you know, everything, good, bad, and you know, but that's what it takes when you're the monarch. And I understand that, and I know I have a responsibility now to represent my country to the best of my ability. And I would like to represent it in any way I can. Just today I was at Chances, you know, just hanging out with the children, whoever, all of them was celebrating their birth. All of them who were celebrating their birthdays in the month in February.
Yes,
yeah.
February.
So, you know, we were just having fun with them. I perform for them, you know, just giving back in any way that I can. That's what I'm interested in doing as the monarch this year. And also, you know, performing my songs for the people, because, you know, because of the people that I actually have this crown on my head. So I will definitely love to perform for anybody who wants TrillaG. If it could be on Mars, you know, send for me. I come in.
I know TrillaG 60 years ago, there was this big fire. 60 years ago, yesterday, there was this big fire. 60 years later, you have the crown on your head. 60 years ago, there was just about 2 monarchs, 3 monarchs, 4 monarchs, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. There were 6 monarchs. Now you're way down now, wearing the crown. I just want to say first, thank you for the interview.
Yeah, man.
Second, I want to say thank you for a good birthday gift you gave me on the 18th.
yes, sir, you know, already. Happy birthday.
Yes, you gave me a very beautiful birthday gift. Anyone who have gotten the crown, I would have said the same thing to them.
Right,
but
right.
you're a new kid on the block, so I have to say. I know that you said, and as I'm closing, I know that you said in an interview that you want to give back. What do you mean when you said you want to give back? Are you going to help others to learn to write? Are you going to help others to get into the genre of calypso? What is your giving back?
For sure. Later in the year, we're looking at doing a writing camp or a few writing camps, and giving back in other ways, such as working with the Queen at the Sebleton in any way that with her platform as well, with her people, the Kalinago people. I'm open to that as well. And like I said, I love basketball. So I would like to help in certain areas of where basketball is concerned as well. But more importantly, the writing. I want to focus on the writing so that we can up the standard of the lyrical content that is being produced. Because that's where, that's my strong suit. And I just want to assist in any way that I can. And in all of these projects, we call in on the sponsors. We call in on the people who actually have the wherewithal to make things happen, to work with us as the young people, because we have the ambition, we have the drive, and we have the fresh ideas. So that's why we mean by young people time. We're not keeping to the same narrative and the stale ideas. We try and incorporate some fresh new ideas onto the system, still using the help of the older folks to refine it a bit, because you guys have all the experience and so on. So let's just come together as one people to work together and make things happen. Cecil, this has truly been a wonderful conversation. Thank you for giving me a chance to tell my story and going back from the beginning and giving people a further insight as to who TrillaG might be. Who is now the monarch, coming from a band that used to just remix people's song and make parodies and kicks off in his mother house, now sitting down in the prestiged Felix Henderson studio of DBS telling my story. Thank you so much. We've been there a couple hours, but the king, even kings get tired too,
Yes.
So we just want to big up everybody that was watching on Facebook one time, big up all the fans and the supporters, my team once again, big up all yourself. And so expect great things this year, and I will surely come back next year in an effort to try to regain the throne and make everybody proud once again.
As we close, we need to meet this week. We have a plan.
Oh yeah.
We have a big plan. And someone just quickly, out of respect, just want to give that last person that opportunity to say thank you to you. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And congratulations to our young team.
Boy, it's a good thing I give you that opportunity, boy, or else they wouldn't have water to wash me.
No man. I understand. I understand the interview listening.
Yes.
But I want to tell the young man that this song, Big Tailorship, to me, that is one of the best songs, let me say, in the past 10 years ever in Dominica.
Thank you very much.
And I personally, I give him a 99.99999.
So where the other 1% be? Where it be there?
No, less than 1%. No, 0.1%. 0.01%. Where it is? You wouldn't for yourself?
Let me tell you, where
Yes.
that 0.01 go. That 0.01 go. My brother, all I wanted to do in that song is change one word. I would change one word in that song. That is where it go.
Well, I'm interested. Let me hear that word.
The word?
Yeah, the word.
You say except. I would say including.
I wonder where I say that except where.
Come on, man. You're good, man.
Okay.
Hey, you know, my boy, from the time I heard that song, if I had a number for you, I would call you and tell you that.
Yeah.
I even called somebody and asked them if they can give me your number. and but the person didn't get to me. Yes, man, I tell you, I love that song, and I telling you, my boy does keep it up, and the way you writing, I like your style. I just love it. I love Calypso. Anyway, I call Calypso is one of the seeds that I sorrow for.
Yes, sir.
And I telling you, yes, my boy, keep it up and good work.
Thank you
so much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, man, bye.
Come to the close of a beautiful, beautiful conversation. I don't call it an interview, a beautiful, beautiful conversation where I could really have a good rapport with TrillaG, Dominica's Monarch 2023. TrillaG, someone asked me to ask you quickly, you don't have to answer. Will you focus only on writing political songs?
Good evening.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, TrillaG. And once again, be good. And again, we know that you're going to make us proud as an ambassador. We will see this week.
Yes, we'll see. Thank you so much once again. Big up to all listeners of DBS Radio. And this is your boy Trilla on the mic, King TrillaG signing out. Bye-bye.
All right, then bye-bye, King TrillaG. Well, that's where we come to the end of a beautiful, beautiful program. Let's just take let's just take the last song of his there, and then we'll come and talk together. All right?
The boycott. Trilla on the mic. The boycott. A pleasant good evening, everybody. I am the undercover agent, TrillaG. I didn't come here to Bouyon rice sky so just to reveal some secrets you didn't know. Let's go back to the night the boss man cried. I promise you he didn't cry for you and I. The real reason why the boy was so upset, he get caught while fixing his cabinet. The boycott. The boycott. It was a Sunday night and the rain had just finished fall. The boycott. Oh yes, the boycott. The boycott. That's why he go down Senjo and ball. When the south is flooded, he didn't shed a tear, but he crying for some old useless furniture. The boycott, Lord, the bloody boycott. Another day, guys, so the boycott, the boycott, the boycott. The boycott really hurt him bad, cause we rarely ever see him publicly mad. But from the time of the hurricane, I never really see the boss man in pain. While the country drowning in poverty, he all smiles in a frowning economy. No price for the rising gun violence, but for the little boycott, he can't stay silent. The boycott, the boycott. The boycott, I guess he have a soul after all. The boycott, oh yes, the boycott. The boycott, he didn't see it coming at all. He didn't cry when the little girl disappeared, but he all on stage sobbing like he care. But it's the boycott, Lord, the bloody boycott. Blow, another guys, so the boycott, the boycott, the boycott. The boy had the whole world laughing at him. The way he get on was so embarrassing. Trying to fix up the cabinet in a snap, until the boycott interfere with that. He went crying in every community, since he needed our help to get immunity. Well, the people who help have already sued, cause that same cabinet could pay in them too. The boycott, the boycott. And when it happened, he had no idea who to call. boycott. Oh yes, the boycott. The boycott, it really make him feel small. Two mothers slaughtered, two up in the air. Not a word of condolence from in my ear. But it's the boycott, Lord. They still checking the boycott. Blow, na na na, yeah, yeah. Guys, so the boycott, the boycott, the boycott. Boss, you get caught once, why get caught twice? My dimpled brother, take my advice. You cannot want to one share your cabinet when your whole infrastructure need to reset. So go ahead, cry from now till kingdom come, and neglect what that truly need reform. If you do not take the proper precaution, then another boycott is sure to come. The boycott, the boycott. He need a healing stronger than paracetamol. The boycott, I'm telling you, the boycott. Tell him dry his eyes, because it ain't doing nothing at all. Just tell him I say stop play in that cabinet. Look now, we put 24 different compartments. The boycott, and somehow survive the boycott. Blow! Na na na, yeah, yeah, yeah. Guys, so the boycott, the boycott, the boycott. In the TrillaG money, money. Is that the line? Is that the line? Yeah, yeah. The boycott. In Kaiso, yes.
Brain, this young man has a lot of potential or potentials. I heard him sing different genres. He said that he can act well. He was in a movie. He said that he feels like he's there to give back. So he is huge in terms of his potentials. And tonight we would have heard from him from his humble beginning to where he has found himself. Yes.
Well, yes. I mean, the man is an intelligent man. He attended high school. He told us he got 5 ones and 2 twos. He told us
6 ones.
Yeah. Well, he got ones, quite a number of them, and he's a bright guy. I listen to his lyrics. But one of the things I have problems with those days, and I wanted to talk about it, is in the lyrical contents of our music. And I'm very, very, very much concerned about it, because I have been following our music for a very long time. I'm not young. I'm an old man. I'm 70. So I know I've followed good music, both on radio, television, our local music. And I'm becoming very concerned, because we had the Gaylord's Power Union, good lyrics, Pray for the Black Man, Lovely Dominica, Ma John Levy, quite a number of songs. I listened to Exile One, quite a number of good songs. I listened to Gramax. I listened to the guy from Wesley, Gussie, Anthony Gussie, good lyrics. But new artists and young artists are coming on the block with a kind of lyrics that I find very disturbing.
Hold on a while, Brain. I'm not defending anyone. I am Frisco's. And
You're
like
60.
Yes, and like you, I raised in a family where we did not play music, but we loved listening to music. And in growing up, and many persons can attest to that it was not allowed, and maybe Gordon Anderson can maybe even mention that to you, it was not allowed for us to even play the music of Exile One or Gramax into our homes, because it was considered to be rowdy music. It was. You can't shake your head and tell me. No, I'm telling you what wrong me.
At your home.
Not just at
my home. And not in my neighborhood.
No. That's
for
not
you.
That's not true. That's not true. If we would have gone to various homes, people eventually accepted. Because as a matter of fact, many of the songs could have been played on DBS radio. We all know that because we heard the elite were having problem in understanding the language Creole and felt that even singing songs in Creole was a disgrace to the English language. We know that when Gordon Henderson was a teacher, he left Dominica, went to Guadeloupe to get himself involved in music. He was told that that's the cardinal sin. So even when I grew up, reggae music, listening to reggae music was a sin. We know that listening to reggae music, it was said that my child is in drugs, smoking marijuana, and that you were told not to listen to reggae music, but it's not a very good music. So I'm saying to you, as we go on and we continue moving on, there are generation gaps, and as we go older, there are things that will eventually change on us, and so we can accept and reject.
Well, I am saying to you, I don't disagree with your environment in which you grew up, but I knew my dad, R.L. Adams, appreciated Exile One from the time they come out. We played their music. My brother Coffee had all their records. I enjoyed that. Cookshan was one of the drummers there, living in the Portersville area, and we enjoy Exile One music. My family and Gary Didier and those guys that I grew up with, Exile One was highly appreciated. Yes.
Did your parents love reggae music?
Yes, we love reggae music. Peter Tosh. Wow. We love. I love. We're going to burn it in Buckingham Palace. Even when Peter Tosh came here and on the airport, and he was banned from entering Dominica.
So that's the point I'm making. So why would I be?
Yes.
Why would he have been banned?
Myself.
Because people. No. That's forget about yourself. We're looking at the society, not just individuals. Although individuals are the ones make up the society, but if we are honest with ourselves, all right, every generation. Let's go back to Bouyon days when it's just started. I was in my Bouyon started in the year 1988 thereabout.
Who sang it? Who
No, I'm saying well,
WCK.
Well, people say WCK, and we know that Serenade was also there. I'm not calling name as to who began. I'm just saying that we know that that WCK was very instrumental in Bouyon
popularizing
music.
Bouyon music.
No, not popularizing. In the creation of Bouyon music. And I remembered one Sunday night, I will never ever forget that. I happened to have played Who Fumed There on the radio Sunday night. The album was just out. And we got the album at DBS radio. And I played Who Fumed There. I will never ever forget that, sorry. I can call the name. I was called by Johnson John Rose, and I was told, stop, because that is not valuable for the airwaves. And I'm saying to you, Brain, I am not in agreement to some of the lyrical contents that I hear now. I'll be quite honest with you. Whether they're bad today, they would have been bad yesterday, and it would have been bad last week, and it would have been bad last year. So I'm saying to you, that we must also accept the fact that there were music that was not accepted in our general society when we grew up.
Well, I'm not disputing that, I'm not disputing that. I am saying that even with Calypso, Saltfish, which Sparrows sang, was some people didn't accept the music. There are times when we hear people complaining about music. Yes. But the fact is that when Sparrow sang his Saltfish, the music, we know, for instance, he masked it in terms of having us to think about what he was actually talking about. He masked the song. But now I'm saying
to you, two decades and 10 years, 50 years ago, that we know Saltfish was not accepted. When Gin and Diner came out, we heard Gin and Diner among some people among some people in a certain class.
Mm-hmm.
But Gin and Diner was not a song that was generally accepted because we thought that it was smutty. We thought that it was rude. Someone's on the telephone. Let's listen to that. Someone's on the telephone. Sorry about that. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, I'm Cecil. We were not hearing you all because
I'm sorry.
something was wrong.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that.
Very low.
Thank you. Yeah, so going back to make my point, I just realized that. I was saying to you that when Gin and Diner came out, to many people, it was considered to be a root song by Sparrow. And you find that people played Gin and Diner maybe at their home, a few people. We know that there were songs played on radio that were literally banned because some people felt that it was very smutty. So Gin and Diner was one. Saltfish was another one by Sparrow. And we can go on with the list of songs that we knew that was banned because the concept that people had at the time was that either the song was rude or the song was smutty.
We know that, Cecil. I know, for instance, even certain political songs were banned because of the lyrical contents which the political parties at the time felt should not be sung. Even songs here on DBS radio was not allowed to be played. We know that. So there's always been a level of controversy in terms of those songs we can accept and those songs that we cannot accept. I agree. I'm not saying no. But there has to be a certain line that we do not cross in terms of the lyrical contents. For instance, we cannot just come in a song and say, let's say X, Y, and Z, put it in your nose and smell it. What is
I agree that
so
language. I'm saying to you, language is important. Language is very important.
So
but I'm saying to you,
did you hear it?
No, I am saying to you, language is important. But I'm saying to you that some language that is accepted today, some words that are accepted today, it was considered many years, 210, it was considered not valuable for the airwaves or not valuable to be played at your home.
Well, I am saying, well, let history be my judge.
Mm-hmm.
I am saying whether in this world, in this present moment, or in the moment to come, there's certain offensive language that we are hearing in our music, especially by some of the recent artists being played. I'm hearing it. It is, for me, it is crossing the line. It's crossing the line.
My hope is that because you see, the present generation has a different thinking, like we too when we grew up. And I'm hoping that these songs that we are saying that are not valuable for the airwaves or for the ears of those young children that are coming up, that it will stand so until doomsday. Let's listen to a caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening to Mr. and Mr. Joseph.
You want to call me back?
Yeah.
Caller, because you're distorted. So please give us a call again. I would appreciate that. Very, very, very distorted. So I'm just saying to us, if something is not good, it should not be good into our next generation. If it is not good today, I'm saying to you, it should not be good tomorrow.
Well, I'm saying that there are certain standards that we must accept. And whether we go for one generation or another generation, there has to be a level of standard. We cannot just deteriorate our standards because we are talking about generations before, generations now, and generations to come. There has to be a basic standard when it comes to lyrical contents. There has to be. But
you see also too, Brain, we have to, I agree with you, we have to now help the present generation and generations to come as to what is standards. We cannot create standards and it shifts. We have to create standards that will remain. Good evening to you, caller, your life.
Yes, my lord. Now you're getting the fireman up and running now.
Yes.
All right. Let me tell you something now. Based on what Brent said, Brent making a lot of sense for Angelica. As far as I understand to myself, they say Calypso was during slavery times. Do you know what they was going through? Man was making songs to get away from the masters, the overs.
Well and truly, revolution songs in this time in the system going to be a problem. Because that, as you say, Mr. Joseph, you well talk because Creole, as they say, or whatsoever language you're speaking beside English, it was a problem in the system. But right now, I listen to Mr. Felix Anderson, even not there physically, but he's still there. You know what I'm saying? I listen to his lyrics once upon and then the same thing he was saying. You know what I'm saying? And that virgin on the radio station, I think Mr. Johnson Bonston, something like that.
John Rose.
John Rose, right. Mr. Lemon never like reggae music, as far as I understand. Now, I hear Mr. Brain say something I'd like to know. What was the reason they banned Peter Tosh from coming to Rivernica?
Well, for instance, when he was performing on stage in many of the islands that he had gone into, he would smoke his spliff on stage.
So they had a problem with that?
They had a problem with
illegal.
that at the time.
It was illegal
because
at the time.
Marijuana was not accepted as it is in certain jurisdiction, as it is now.
Well, I mean, based on the real world, well and truly, herb itself can never be illegal, you know, it's man works and man is sin, because I have a lot of things that's illegal and man still promoting it, same way as also just talking about the same music, but well and truly now, the Calypso business, well and truly, you still like a youth man there, Mr. going to be a great king. You know why you're going to be a great king? Panani see you creative, you see politicians, a lot of people are getting job, you know, they love people that are creative, that are factory, that are whatsoever, can be active. The lyrics, again, no, we have a problem with that. Right now, we live in a kind of atmosphere like political things. So when you make certain songs political, who for you and who for against you, know, and like certain things. But me myself say, no, this country still have a lot of things to talk about and to bring out. You know what I'm saying? We have to sell our country in the right way. So we can have enough lyrics we can bring across in our songs that could sell our country and even sell them and to make millions of dollars. Because if they are good lyrics, no matter where you go in St. Martin, you can change your lyrics. You go in, because it's coming to all about humanity and country. But if you are singing about to bring down your country, to bust down this one, nah, my lord, we don't promote it now. We have to get away from that. Let's get it real. The only way we can make our country. Watch Sparrow and all them, man. Watch Short Shit. Watch a man make a song. Tonight the black man feeling to party. How much man making song about our... Let's get it real. You know what I'm saying? For us to step up right now, we have to bring good lyrics. That is the only way we can go. And the Bouyon department, we can never fight Bouyon because I say right now there, Jamaica have reggae, Trinidad have soca, we have Bouyon. That is our thing. Is the lyrics in the Bouyon going to be the problem, as you say again? Let's bring good lyrics in the Bouyon and say we're going to make millions of dollars. Anyway, we have a great country. Good evening to you, my king. Use my king for sure. That's someone I follow the bandwagon. I don't follow the bandwagon. I listen to your vibes. I love your energy, and I suspect you is a great youth man. My Lord, stay positive, stay balanced, and love life. Don't go astray. Up and running. Fireman running. Good evening to all members of man like Johnny that come in there. I see Johnny, the footballer from that area there.
Johnny Henderson.
Johnny Henderson, that too. I see that.
Oh, sorry, Johnny Henry. Sorry, Johnny Henry.
Johnny Henry. Yeah, that man's a great footballer. I see that man.
But didn't you see Irvin Guy too? He's here.
I don't saw Irvin Guy. I don't see him. See his face. I don't see him.
Yeah, he's here on the island.
Before I go, that's why I say my pal rep, Mistress Blanchard. We have a lot of great people from Goodwill and in Goodwill that come to Rivernica for this whatsoever. Try to organize them with the people. They can have some good ideas to bring across to elevate and motivate us. Because right now we have a problem in Goodwill. We don't have a football league. We don't have football as a whole heap of things. You know what I'm saying? And you have Red Bull. You have Mr. Desmond Fontaine. You have Mr. Egbert Williams. That man is a great man also. So all good people that come to our country and celebrate us first and make us happy. And Rivernica people, give thanks for the police officers, but it wasn't them alone. The people are self-disciplining themselves for the Carnival to be correct because they have some bad to do in malice and all them pay for it. So this is a great country. We love our country. Now with our time to shine, there is no stopping us. All about good evening to you, boy. We small and with Alawa. It don't have nothing in the world that we mankind want to do. We cannot do. All of us have to get together. We have a responsibility to build our country and build our people. Up and running. Fireman running. It's not the messenger, it's the message. Give thanks for life. Bless us.
Thank you.
Let me just make that last
before you make a point, I just made him mention. I just heard him mention about some of our great sportsmen who are here. I would have liked to know when they would be leaving state, especially Red Bull. That is Edwards Francis.
Edward Francis.
Yes, or Francis Edwards. I think.
One of them.
Yeah. Irving Guy. I've always said that in my time going to school, people can deny me if they wish, but I have always said that Irving Guy, when I went to school, was faster than Usain Bolt.
And he's very much He looks very good. I saw him. I spoke with him.
And if he's going to be in Dominica for a while, I would like to have an interview with him. I would like to know when he would be leaving, so people would understand what I'm speaking about when I talk about.
And he lives
guy.
He lives at his father's home.
In Goodwill, in Rose Street. So I'll have to try to see him tomorrow if he's still here.
You can check.
I'm going to try to see if I get him, because I would want to have an interview with this guy. I mean, this guy was a trailblazer. Today we have guys who can go to the Olympics, but Irving guy, I remember being on the track with him, going to the Dominica Grammar School. I go to St. Mary's Academy. I was the fastest in St. Mary's Academy at the time. When I put up my head, Irving guy was already at the halfway mark. That's how fast the guy was.
Very quick.
Also, I understood that Desmond Fountain is here. So I want to call on maybe the parliamentary representative for the future, that it's important that when this period comes around, that you try to bring these people together and have a conversation with them, because they too have a part to play. I don't want them to just play in the part to come to Dominica, but we play a part with them to see how they can bring back some of the good old days that once upon a time there was in the Goodwill area. Yes, you had something to say.
I was saying again, coming back to the lyrics, here is my point, Cecil. If a geothermal project is going on, how can you say the geothermal project is a lie? They lie. If an international airport is being built, how can you say they lie? I find that is misinformation in song. The lyrics is not appropriate. It's not right. If you say, for instance, look, now they're trying to build airport. It over time. Airport should have been built. I don't have a problem with it. But the problem I have is when a man deliberately goes and write something he knows that is not true in the lyrics of a song.
Is it because he wants to give you notice of the fact that things are happening?
Well, I think he wants to vent his frustration in song, but I do not think that he's doing it with the appropriate language. The language is not appropriate.
But you see, in the lyrical contents of that song, there is nothing that the judge can mark this individual to say that your language is not appropriate. No. The judge looks at structure, storyline structure, narrative, coherence. That's what the judges are looking at.
Well, I'm looking for something else in the future. I haven't actually put my hand on it. But listening to the lyrics, yes, there's a structure, yes, but that kind of thing. Going on a radio simply because you know that these are the criteria, these are some of the elements that will be used to judge you. And for you to say, well, I'm singing a calypso, because there are certain elements and standards, but you know the reality of the
you see,
it's not authentic.
We have to understand the value of calypsos. And I've always said to people that when I listen to a calypso, I look at the value of the calypso for maybe the next 15 years down the line. And if what the Calypsonian has placed in song and it's not a reality, that 10, 15 years later, once the airport is there, people who are going to be listening are going to ask themselves questions whether that person who sang that song was an honest Calypsonian.
Let me tell him in truth. Well, now the equipments are here. 175 pieces are here on the island for the international airport.
Let's go back to the telephone.
I'm adding that piece to him now.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Hey, good evening, Cecil, and good evening, Brain.
Good evening.
Cecil, you grew up in Pong. You grew up close to Calypso. Calypso was being played in our house of culture. All of us here close by Kennedy Avenue that was living around, Malody and them. And people was relying when Calypso time come for news, for good news. To hear certain things and to hear certain things that was the ills of the country that the Calypsonian would speak about. That is what I knew for Calypso. When Calypso came around, you would listen and you would hear things that you never hear, that people would tell you or news would tell. The Calypsonian would tell it to you. Like politicians, before, a lot of the people who sang political songs, they fix a lot of political leaders. Spider came in. He talk about Dear John. When Eugenia came, he slapped Eugenia with a hey look.
You hypocrites. So Calypso was people that came and sing and was giving you good news and fixing the country up. If you had Malka in Calypso, they'd put a lash on you and then you'd fix for the next year. You wouldn't do what you're doing. But right now, the Calypso fella singing there is coming and degrading people and lies. If you're a Calypsonian and you genuine Calypso, man, you sing song to fix people and to sing about the country, about this, about diabetes, about pressure, eat well, eat good food, drink good water. This is what you have to come and do. But the writers now, they're giving the singers bad songs to let them look bad, and they can't win a crown.
No, but caller too. Hold on. I always look at Calypsos as really social commentary. No, you can write distasteful social commentary, and we have seen that of late. We have seen that in the past where Calypsonians write distasteful songs. I'm sure in the 80s, when people would have heard NC singing some songs opposite of that of Eugenia Charles, especially when he sang the song about official opposition, that a number of freedom rights at the time would have said that it's a distasteful song. But later on in life, we have seen that it's a valuable song. So I'm saying politics, yes, but the social commentaries, that's what we have to look into. And what is not making sense, I think we can determine not to take part of it.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you come in a social commentary and you come in certain things, the younger generation coming up, if you say a lie in your songs and something are not distasteful and not true, it doesn't make sense for the younger ones. You are promoting them, you are letting them know the truth. Calypso is truth. I always believe Calypso is true, and many of the songsters that the Calypsonians that came in, they sang the truth. Let me tell you, you remember when in the olden days, people was instantaneously coming up with a song, and they would come and sing the song by your door. But many of the songs they sang was truthful songs. Many of the things that when fellas do certain things, they come by your door and they hit and a lap with, but it was true. Even though he didn't like it. But what they were singing was true. And social commentary that would make and break people and fix people. I remember in the village when you were at Carnival in village, my brother, you have to keep yourself quiet because they would send one or two on you in front of your door and pass in another door and blows in your tail. And you would fix because what they were saying was true. You had 6 women that blood, they would sing on the 6 women you had. If you wasn't paying people well, they would sing that you wasn't paying people well and fix yourself. And that's what it was. But Calypso now, these fellas, the $20,000 they going for. I mean, you remember when Calypso, you had to add a road match song and a serious song. I
just think, caller, because we have to go in a while. I just think, caller, that some people have their political axe to grind and they give it to other people to voice for them. Sad to say, but that's what some writers are actually doing. They write.
I believe that will change because my brother in New Calypso was changing people. They make you and they break you, and the good vibes you learn from it. That's what Calypso was, and Calypso was a niceness. You had a serious, I tell you had a serious, and you had a road match. So people would sing you love way, and let's go. Next year, same thing. You malk away, they sing on you. Cecil, you do something wrong in tongue, whatever it is, you'd get your blows in Calypso. Have a blessed brain.
Thank you. Take
it easy.
But Cecil, what I find very interesting as well, let's say for instance, can you imagine Talking Dogs got the road match? Well deserved. But guess what? How many times you think Talking Dog was played on the road now?
Just said 53 times. Well, when they passed by the judges heard it 53 times.
53 times for a Calypso, 53 times, 2 days of Bacchanal.
But you see, we have, and that is something that I want to have a discussion, maybe separate from this. I think DBS Radio has to create a discussion on this. I don't think it is fair to the Bouyon artists or to the Bouyon bands to tell me that they should be focusing on playing calypso music, whereas during the season a particular band is requested to play or is paid to back up the Calypsonians. That at the 2 days of jump up, that we cannot get that particular band to be on the street to play the calypso music.
But I was listening.
It's not fair to the Bouyon
but
artists.
I was listening. Wadix, let me call your name. You and the news editor Curtis, at about 6 o'clock there, about 6 o'clock, I was listening to your commentaries on DBS radio, and you were bringing it on the television because I could see it as well, where Wadix was stating that Swinging Stars came out. It is the band that plays for the Calypsonians, and he was rather amazed and he got annoyed, and he said so. Right there, he said even if DBS ban him, he has to say it, that this Swinging Stars was not playing calypso music.
No, but that's the point I'm making. So for Alex to continue to say or to say for DBS to ban him, I mean that is valid point. And the point is, if I had the mic, I would say the same thing, because this here it is that you are the band that is being paid by the organizers for calypso, so which means that you would have had calypsos underneath your belt. Mm-hmm. And I am very disappointed that people tend to think that the Bouyon artists or the Bouyon bands themselves, who are competing to make the necessary dollars on the road, that we should put the blame on the Bouyon bands or the individuals that are singing Bouyon.
Let me ask you a question. When did Swinging Stars come out? Did they come out on Monday?
Well, I wasn't in Roseau on Monday. So
no. We had it all on video. We could see everything. For those of us who didn't come to Roseau, we followed it on the social media. We had television. We could see it. It was on YouTube. It was all about. They came out for the first time, and I was in Roseau, and some callers can call. They came out on Tuesday, late.
So I'm saying it's
so there's no excuse.
Am I giving an excuse?
There's no excuse.
No, am I giving an excuse?
Well, I'm not saying you're giving an excuse. I'm just being real.
And that's why I'm saying that I am of the view. Listen to me attentively. I don't want you to misquote me. I'm saying that I do not believe it is fair for the Triple K, for the Signal Band, for all of these groups who are actually trying to attract not only Dominicans, but to attract foreigners who are here in terms of business. Because who knows? So they can be invited to St. Lucia for St. Lucia Carnival, to Antigua for Antigua Carnival, in Guadeloupe for Guadeloupe Carnival. They can be invited to New York and these other places. So they have to take the opportunity to sell themselves and the art. I believe that the Swinging Stars band, or whichever band is being paid to back up the Calypsonians, should be the ones where the association or the DFC or central government, whoever the case may be, should be able to pay these bands a lump sum that to get the music of the Calypsonians to be played. Too long for me, the music of the Calypsonians die the night of the finals. Let's go to the telephone before you continue. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, Fireman, again, I don't want to be so long because you saw that program you're talking about, Mr. Joseph. You have to have a special day for that program because I must have a lot of things to say. Instead of what all over the cool say, right? We need to do something. If they pay Swinging Stars to play Calypso show in the stadium wherever they play, they don't pay them to play on the road, right? You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pay them to play on the road. No, hear me now. As the president of Calypso Association, I don't know, Peacock is my uncle, so I know today I come I know about Calypso. My father was a pan man, I know just come as you know me, everything I know what I'm saying. No, the president association of Calypso Association. You can't expect Triple K and all them bands to play Calypso for you. What I always say is never stop. Don't forget Hurricane and his band style. One man create a band. So our whole association can't find if Swinging Stars can't play because that's Brenda Line. Swinging Stars come on the road late on Tuesday, and there are two artists on the stage, which was the Man and the Empress. You know what I'm talking about, right? They play some new songs, they play some old-time song, and they play Holy Bouyon. I have a problem with that. But what I'm saying, if they maybe pay them and no prepare band, I know before, Calypsonians will be passing on the truck one by one and do their songs in the same Swinging Stars once upon a time when Carnival was on the road. But I find this year, and another, I tell you after a day for that program, another problem I have. Them man organizing the Carnival activity whatsoever, but no not organize better than that. Check, get it straight. Because over and over the same thing repeating itself, and all people say, oh, let's stop there. If the money not there, we have to pay more boss. If the money there, whosoever have the money to do the business plan now, and as I say again, it cannot be one person. We have to be all of us have to get together to create that thing. Because as the brother say, that is our culture. That's the thing we create. That is a vibe in our life. That is bringing income in our country and for all kinds of different people. So we have to take it serious. So who in charge of the business, as I tell you, they have to get themselves in order and do the right thing. One man cannot do it. The money there, do the correct thing. You know what I'm telling you? And Calypsonian, as I say again, the president of Calypso, next time, my Lord, try to create a band from now. It has some young man that playing music. Do something. Get it to making money. Calypso is $10 right now, $85. Look at them not making money. Anyway, taking too much of the time here. I'm listening. Give thanks and set a day for that program personally.
Yeah, because you see, Brain, I also understand that I do not know factualities, but I understood that a Calypsonian cannot go on a truck and sing his or her song. If that is a fact, that for me is rubbish.
But that's rubbish.
If that is a fact,
that's rubbish.
Because I believe it should take on it's the onus on the Calypsonian to find the truck or the bands that are able to play their music. The possibility too that the refrain of their songs, the Bouyon bands can maybe try to do it, the refrains of the songs.
Well, let me put my 2 pence. I find it is high disrespect for me that calypsos are not being played because those big kind of bands that coming out, all the sponsors supposed to find with the Calypso Association, meet and discuss.
Hold that for a while. Someone's on the telephone for a while. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil and Brain. Cecil,
yes.
Calypso, what is Calypso? Is not Calypso a national event?
It is.
It is a national event. So as a people, we have to treat it as such. And we have a whole year to organize that thing. What are they talking about there? Let me ask you, for years, the Calypso Association not making it a priority to have a truck on the road. That is foolishness. You have a whole year to prepare to go and get sponsors or to raise funds to prepare to have the trucks for the 2 days. You have to organize the truck for the 2 days. You have a whole year to do that. Don't tell me that you can't put a truck there and Swinging Stars. And a matter of fact, Cecil, the factual thing, Swinging Stars was not paid to go on the road. But I tell you, it's fact. They was not paid to go on the road. They choose to go there, they choose to go there. Another thing, Calypsonian cannot sing their song on the truck. That's foolishness. We have to start to grow up and realize, hey, look, that would be the best thing for the Calypsonians live to sing their song live on the 2 days. But as far as I'm concerned, if Calypso is a national thing, Bouyon just coming after Calypso. Bouyon not older than Calypso. It just coming. You have to tell yourself that for the Monday and Tuesday, send a document or something out to state to the Calypso Association or whoever in charge. The tourists or people have to say, well, 75% of the music on Monday and Tuesday has to be Calypso, and you can give priority 25% to the Bouyon people to promote their songs.
Caller,
yes.
I differ with you on that point. And many persons might take me at task. But I'm saying to you, we have to understand the genre of Bouyon, who it attracts. We have seen the Calypso itself has not been able to attract the young people. We see where the young people are going on the same night of Calypsos. Even after Calypso season, we still see people last night in supporting Malcassi, supporting their Bouyon bands. So I'm saying to you that we as the elders now should get an avenue to get our Calypso music to be played on the road to compete with Bouyon music. Don't expect the Bouyon music to help you in the process.
But let me show you. Hang on, caller. Let me show you a song where all of them were trying to play it. Who have, who don't have. That was a masterful song, and therefore any band could have played that song. Any band Any band could have played that song.
No, they can play the refrain of the song, not the song.
Well, no, they can play the refrain. Who have?
Yeah,
who don't have to have?
Yeah,
and we're going down the road with
yeah,
it. Lapo Cab would have it. Bouyon have it. All kind of people have it. But
I am still telling all you, Calypso is a national thing. For the 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, we have to have, as a people, man,
yes.
we have to have respect for certain things. You understand? If you're trying to promote something else over a thing that was there for how many 50 years with Calypso was singing recently before I born, and you're trying to downplay it. You can't downplay it. You have to increase it. As I was telling you, 75% has to Calypso have to play Monday and Tuesday.
Well, you see, what we forgetting in the good old days. I remember seeing Calypso on the road, but who was playing it? The steel pan. How much hi-fi did we have? How much live music that we had? We had the Swinging Stars band always on the road, but we had the steel pans, and the steel pans used to ensure that they got the songs as the season goes on.
Well, Cecil,
so I'm saying to you that we have to now call also on the Ministry of Culture to get involved in the pan music.
No, I want to even take it to a little stage. The president of the and the other persons involved with the bands like that comes out on the road on Monday and Tuesday should put themselves together to at least have some good calypso music. Wooly Shapley was another good. We never heard that. We never heard those songs because the chalk that is supporting the Calypsonians, look, the other fella is saying there that nobody paid them. They come out there voluntarily. So how that can happen?
You see, Brain. I honestly am of the view that Bouyon have its place. And it's a fusion, the Bouyon music, that gets the young people energized. Calypso has not reached that stage among the young people. But in the good old days that you're talking about, you say that you're 70 years, Frisco's and 10. But you remember in the Frisco's and 10, there was no hi-fi. Hi-fi came in the late 80s. No. And when hi-fi came.
Do you know who the first hi-fi band was?
Well, for me, I remember the first one was Roll. Was the one with the Roll guy.
No, the first hi-fi band came from a guy from Grand Bay. He was the first one to have a band like that, and he played. I can't remember his name now, and he played calypso music. We were seeing it for the first time. They had the speakers on the truck, and we were all going behind that truck. Amplified music we were getting, calypso was being played.
But I can say to you though too, in those days too, when we saw hi-fi music, we had even 1 year I remember, I don't know if it became Road March, Trio by Punut Tutmache, by Exile One God Henderson. It was big on the road.
It was big.
We saw some Trinidad music in the early days. Trinidad music played quite a lot. It seems that we're forgetting those days.
Yeah.
Trinidad music played quite a lot, competing with our Dominica Calypso music.
Yeah.
Competing with our Dominica Calypso music. So it is not just a period where now that the situation has been existing. It has always been one that is existing, and we have always been fighting to see where best we can get Calypso. And what was best was the steel pan.
I want to agree, Boadix, there was the first time I agree with you. You were a man of tremendous courage. To say definitely you're disappointed, and I was very disappointed.
No, everybody should be disappointed.
And I am disappointed in Swinging Stars.
No, I'm saying to you.
I'm saying that, I'm putting it on the record, that they came out too late, and they and the Calypso Association should organize themselves much better than that, because Carnival will be much earlier next year.
I'm not saying to you, I too, very correct, Wadix, yes, very correct, to say that you are dissatisfied, and it's not about who will fire you for saying that. That's a fact. If what you're saying, you're convinced about what you're saying, there's nothing to add to it. So I'm saying to you, it is a fact that there was not sufficient songs of the Calypso Association played on the road. I want to say that very clearly. But we must now find out who is the custodian of the Calypso music and who should be the ones playing Calypso music on the road. Good evening to you, caller. Sorry about that. We should find that out. Because I'm of the view, we might say Swinging Stars should, but Swinging Stars would say to you, I'm not paid to do that. I'm paid to play up to the finals of Calypso.
Well, I think we're talking about reset. I think the time has come, then we must look carefully at those persons who are the helm of organizing our festivals. Because I do not believe that we can continue that way in not getting, because hearing one man saying he giving them money for them to do certain things and they're not doing it. I heard him. If you're getting money to do the thing that you're supposed to do, why am I going to give you money next time to do something when you're not doing it in the first case?
Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Cecil and Mr. Prince.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Joseph.
Yes.
I have been listening to you for the longest while, and I believe all what Mr. Prince is saying there is true about the carnival that just passed. Too much old music was playing on the road, and you was not hearing the performance of the calypso that people came out to listen and to see.
Let me ask you, who should be the one playing the Calypso music?
The bands on the road.
Which bands?
The band that organizing carnival. Or
No. Which band?
What the band was on the road? Could I answer the questions?
But you said the band should be. So I'm asking you which other band should be playing it. For instance, let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. The Bouyon bands were all hired by a group of people. And
because you try to promote Bouyon. So
no, I'm not doing that, caller. No, I am not doing that. I'm sorry to make you believe that. If you that's what you believe, that's not what I'm doing. I am saying to you, it is not the responsibility of the Bouyon band to play Bouyon music, to play Calypso music. It is not their responsibility. I am saying it is the responsibility of the Calypso Association, the organizers of Carnival, to determine, to pay somebody, to pay a group of people to come out there and to play Calypso music.
So that's what you're telling me now. So Bouyon could just come out and just play Bouyon for the people that come out.
But that is the people. But that's what they can play.
But how that they can play?
But that's what they can play.
Because I said you're trying to promote Bouyon.
I am not promoting Bouyon. I'm not a promoter of Bouyon music. I'm just trying to be real.
You supporting Bouyon because first instance you had a Bouyon day on DBS, so that's Bouyon.
But after Calas Day, we have Calypso Day too. We have Calypso Day. We have Calypso Day, so stop being biased. We have Calypso Day, we have Calas Day, we have Bouyon Day. So get your facts straight.
If we don't take it seriously, we're going to lose the focus of Carnival.
So let me make you understand that Bouyon Calypso music, when I grew up as a boy, we had problems with Trinidad music being played on the road. Alright? We had problems with the amount of Trinidad music being played on the road. What we had before that was helping the Calypso music was that of the steel pan. Okay. We got hi-fi when hi-fi came. We saw that hi-fi made it even worse.
But listen me, when the hi-fi came, they were playing Calypso songs.
Pala, they were playing Calypso songs, but I am saying to you, they were not playing Calypso songs in its entirety. You understand what I was Adventist? You understand what I was doing? Call have a nice evening, man. Have a nice evening. Man, don't tell me what I was doing. You want to tell me what I was doing?
It's getting
so because I was an Adventist, I was following Carnival. The Adventist can tell you I never go to their camps. I never went to their camps because I have always found myself
in Calypso,
loving not just Calypso, loving my culture. It wasn't about church.
You went to
I'm not about church.
Okay, fair enough.
Church is enslaving you. That's what I think.
Okay.
And that is why today I am a different thinker.
You're more creative in your thinking.
Of course. It's about a relationship with God.
But Cecil, I am saying...
Hold on, let me take that caller. Good evening. Good evening, caller.
Yes, good evening to you.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, I've been...
You want to call back because you break it because you're distorted. Call back. Yes, you're saying something, Bray.
There has to be a reset in the way we look for the carnival this year was very good, but we have to reset in some of the things that we are doing.
Every year we say that.
Well, let us evaluate. We have to improve on
good evening, caller.
Good evening. Still
hello, good evening. Mr. Joseph, Mr. Adams, good evening again. We have to be careful how we discuss Bouyon and Calypso, because remember both of them are our genres, so we don't have to make it Don't make the discussion like a tug of war. What I would like to suggest, I don't know if that can happen. Can the authorities like choose? We would have to maybe take another day, like an extra day, instead of the 2 days of Carnival, and just make it like a day for Bouyon only, and then Calypso, and you'll have Calypso by itself, so Bouyon would not have to interfere with Calypso. Just a suggestion.
A good suggestion, comrade, but I'm telling you, that can smell danger. We have to understand what Carnival does. We have to understand that when you go to Rio, the attraction that creates Rio, it's fete and the party. And I'm saying to you that, yes, I want to hear more Calypsos on the road. But I am of the serious view, that the Calypso Association, DFC, let's put some money, get some business people, let's put some money.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And when we put that money, let's put our monies where our mouth is, and get the Calypsonians, if you have to pay them, to be on the road, because after Saturday night of the finals, they don't have to. I'm happy that I saw Tasha P and Daddy Chess the night of Tuesday singing their songs on the road.
Well, I would have liked to see the mighty D2, and I would have liked to see Shanice as well. So the Calypso Association and the Carnival Organizing Committee need to sit down and plan the future, the way forward for us. Because I was very disappointed with the type of music I heard.
Let's say that. Yes.
So, good night again.
Good evening.
I just want to say, I am a follower of music, all kind of music. I'm a follower of Calypso, everything. Cecil, do you know how much it is to put a band on the road? I just want to ask that.
It's over $15,000.
$15,000.
Thank you very much. Do you think Swinging Stars would go on the band? Swinging Stars went on the band with no sponsor. They had to pay their own truck to rent a truck. The equipment wasn't there. You had to rent the equipment. Okay? The fuel on two occasions they had to stop. One, the last one by old massive building to put fuel in the generator. I don't like the way Brain is saying about Swinging Stars. They surprised at Swinging Stars. Swinging Stars has been on Carnival roads almost every year. That's Carnival. Every year there's Carnival. Swinging Stars is on the road, right? And then you have to, right now you want to say, you're surprised at Swinging Stars, and they came out. Swinging Stars came out long before 6 o'clock. Long before 6 o'clock, Swinging Stars came out. Swinging Stars was on the road. They started up by the ministry coming down that way. Right? And you want to bash Swinging Stars saying about this and that and whatnot. It's a shame, man. I don't like it. You must be careful when you're on a radio program. What you say.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cecil. Apparently, he didn't understand what I said. I said that the organizing committees need to meet and discuss it, because the people will get the impression, as a lot of us watching social media followed, that Swinging Stars came out, but we were not aware that Swinging Stars was doing it on their own. We were not aware. Because all the other groups we knew that came out had sponsorship. The question is, why was Swinging Stars on the road by itself alone without sponsorship? Because we had the perception that they came out late.
We have an overseas caller. Let's
go ahead.
Caller. Good evening, caller.
Hello.
Good evening.
I am late, but I always find some time to partake in your conversations, or whatever your program, rather. Well, you were talking about getting the government and its people, especially when athletes return to do pattern pass. But put that aside. My question to you is, your next discovery program, I feel you should get people from the Carnival Organizing Committee or the authorities responsible for hosting Carnival events on your show, so they can be open to questioning and we can find out all the T's and the dots that will probably make our Carnival a marketable product going into the future. Having said that, I want to commend the band Old Time Sick, because I don't want him to go unnoticed. they are the only band throughout the years, once they make an appearance on the road, to keep our local calypso being played or being aired throughout the 2 days of Carnival, Monday and Tuesday. There are other areas of concern regarding Carnival that I would also like to give my 2 pence about, but I guess it's time for closure of your program. So hopefully you can follow my direction and get the COC people involved so we can open up the stage for questioning.
I want to agree with you, Colin.
And secondly, before I end, I think we have calypsos on Monday night for 1 hour or 2 hours. Bouyon, BBS, I must give you a commendation for that. You have given them a whole day of Bouyon music to be played throughout 24 hours. As soon as the studio open until it close. Bouyon, Bouyon, Bouyon. I think there should be a day for Carnival, for Calypso as well.
There's one for
Calypso.
May Day, in May there's a day in May where the first I'll tell you, the first virtual monarch, Bob actually established it, and DBS Radio has been on board. We did it last year, and it's a hope to do it again this year. So I always tell people, let's get our facts straight. So we
have that. I missed that. I'm subject to correction, but thanks for that.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Because no, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Colin.
Go ahead, Colin. You're batting. Go ahead, man.
Carnival, we want to make it a tourism product. And there are a lot of areas of concern. I looked at Carnival in my comfort zone at my home this year because I couldn't make it back home. And I should say I enjoy the spirit of Carnival in my comfort zone. But I'm looking at the parade Monday. Why is there always that lull in the morning? There are like 4 hours of nothing going on. People are just parading the streets like they're hunting for animals, hunting for manikuaguti. Nothing. The road is empty.
And that is caller. That is where I'll give my 25 cents now. That's where I'm going to give my 25 cents. The organizers now have established the Juve on the Monday to the Bouyon. And that is where we have to revisit the aspect of the traditional mass on the Monday. And we should be able to say no Bouyon music at the actual Juve morning. I might be given blows for saying that, but that will help us now in coming back to our traditional Lapoka Buit, our steel pan, and those things. And if we are allowing still Bouyon music to be on the road at 6 o'clock or at 5 o'clock, what we're going to have is that big lull continuously every year.
Okay, I agree. You know, one thing I will pinpoint to you, when we had the group, Nick's Production, we brought that band from my Burning Flames to Dominica for Carnival. And with no offense, even the Attorney General at the time, together with his patriots, all the band members who supported their Freedom Party people, gave us a headache in bringing the band to Dominica. Because they said, when they come, they're not going to play Calypso music.
Which was true.
And the band came. They came through because we had to apply pressure. The band came on the streets of Roseau and grew a large following. And even they went further that year when they composed that song, The Train.
Yeah.
And that train is a reflection when the band went between the routes between Mary Karam area there.
Yes.
That was a very tight spot.
On Old Street.
On Old Street. And people were just following the band with their hands on each other's shoulder. And that's how the composition came about. We had a lot of opposition bringing the band to Dominica. They first say it's drum machine. They say it's this and that. But what we have today, we have more drum machine on the road than anything else.
So that's the point I'm making, that once you have those bands, they are going to ensure that they sell their product. No offense to the bands. What we need to do is, how do we manage it? We are the steel pan in those days.
I'm saying, Cecil, is when we bought Burning Flames, those guys actually they were more interested in learning to play Dominica Calypsos because that's what they came down for. Carnival in Dominica. So they started playing Dominica Calypsos. They weren't playing Ride the Bicycle and Donkey and all that stuff. They were playing genuine Dominican Calypsos. Number two, that thing about parading of bands on Monday morning, on Tuesday morning, they have to reset, go back, buddy.
Go back in the old days. Go back in the old
Juve morning would start from 1 minute after midnight, 12:01. Police used to even take your drums on Carnival Sunday after they had parade in the Windsor Park at the time, and then you go and take a little, a sweat.
No, a warm up.
Police after
practice.
Warm up. After 2 rounds, police come and say stop.
Yeah.
And anyhow you continue, they just pick up your instruments, your equipment, and they'll tell you come back 1 minute after midnight. And that was Juve morning. You come to Dominica for Juve morning. Juve can start at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's the time you're supposed to be going in, boy, to get yourself ready to come out for 10 o'clock for the street parade on Monday morning. Young people today, they don't have endurance. Before they go and swing 1-2 little parties, they can't come out all 4 o'clock. And then they're asking for extension of time. It should be until Ash Wednesday, 10 o'clock, not enough. But they're wasting a whole lot of time.
But you'd agree though, in those days, jump up is to end almost midnight, eh?
Yes, in my days,
right.
We used to go until Ash Wednesday.
Ash Wednesday, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ash Wednesday.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. They have to reset. They have to sit down. I think most of the people here, most of the people are running Carnival now. I think they need some older folks in between to stock up. Because that young generation, I don't think they know too much. Sorry to say it. They need an amalgamation of minds and people with experience that run the show before. This is what we need. We need a collaborative effort and get people to get into that thing and have that thing as a marketable product. Tourists. And I'm happy that there were a lot of costume bands. There are a lot of color, and I think that's the way going forward. But I'm expressing that point to the government. Carnival is slowly becoming a tourism product. And the materials we know is very expensive. To join a Carnival band, you need money. So during the time of organization for Carnival 2024, the people should get together, go out there and get the materials, ask government for concession on the materials so more people will have money to engage in a costume and get on the road. Because I've seen costumes this year, and I think that's the way going forward. So get these people on your next show so we can bring our ideas together collectively and make Carnival better in the years ahead. Good night. God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, hello. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah, you hear me much better?
Yes, sir.
Clearer.
Okay, good. So I was saying that I've been listening to you all for a very good while, and you all are on a very good topic. The Carnival, to me, in my estimation, humble estimation, it went pretty fine, with an exception of what has been happening for a number of years. The lull is something that we know that has been happening because a number of the Lapocabic groups are in their areas, such as the country areas. That's where they're performing. So you're going to find a long lull. You spoke about having just Lapocab on the road for Juve morning. That was tried, tested, and filled already. Because I think that Norrin Joseph was running it. They had just Lapocab in the morning, and a number of people came on for the WCK band. They were standing up on the bridge waiting for the band. There was no band.
Especially caller, the WCK used to come from the port.
Right.
And so they wait on the East Black Bridge for WCK. And so as they hear bam, 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 the WCK would not have played until they reach on the bridge.
You're right.
And then everybody would run across to the bridge. Yeah, you're correct. As in the 90s.
Right. So that's the time when they were just building Roseau Credit Union.
That's correct.
Yeah, I was on the bridge that year when they made that decision to have just Lapo Carvit on the road. They tried it and it failed because a number of the people, which were the younger generation again, stood up on the bridge waiting for the band. There was no band. Everybody left and they went about their
So that is the point I'm making, caller. When I spoke about generation gap, you're so very correct. And I just want to make that caller who from Thibaut call and think that I was just going church. I was inclusive in everything about Dominica. And you're very correct, caller, when you are speaking of what was actually happening with the WCK. At the time, it was WCK from one end, and you had also Serenade from another end.
Right.
So there were two bands, really, the two big bands, mega bands here, that was really attracting crowds.
Right. So you had that aspect of it. There's a new generation now, so people can think what they want. The new generation are not going to go for the Calypsos because you have seen it. They rather go to their event, and if you try and tell them about Calypso, they tell you that is old people thing. So because I have 4 boys, and I can tell you straight off, none of them went to the Calypso show. You understand? When I ask them, they will tell me the very same thing. It's old people thing. It's your thing, Daddy, not our thing. So we have to make the Calypsos a little more, I mean, it's not dropping, because some of the standards of the Calypsos, when you play them on the road, you cannot party to them. It's supposed to be a party, and that's why you find some of the groups that pay their $2,000 to come and jump on the road. They want a party on the road. They don't want you to play a slow song and they're there on the road and they cannot enjoy themselves. So,
caller, brilliant
Hang on,
point.
but I want to take him
yes,
on.
Yeah, take him on.
I want to take him
Take
on.
him on.
That is where I'm saying that Calypso itself has to revolutionize itself. And by that I mean you cannot have, let's say, a serious song in the first song and nothing.
Stay on the line, no caller. Stay on the line.
No music. Yeah. When we had Tennis Shoe Town, we had music for the road.
Listen.
We had music for the road.
Listen. I want to go back a little bit, caller, with Brain. In Trinidad, what you hear on the road? Not soca you hear on the road? And they have Calypso?
But soca is Calypso.
No, soca is not.
Soca is
I'm not
Calypso.
investing for soca is Calypso.
Soca is Calypso.
No, there's soca competition and there's Calypso competition.
Soca is Calypso, man.
They call a soca monarch on the road.
There's a soca monarch and there's a Calypso monarch.
They could for the what they call it, the thing on the road. If you check it, because I'm checking that Carnival. The song on the road was, as the band call it, is the people's song. They cronged it. You understand? And that is the same guy. I think it's Bouyon Garlin or something like that.
Garlin, yes.
Yes, he was cronged. You understand? The road, the song of the road. You understand? And that's why I'm saying that there are certain things we can do and there are certain things that cannot be done. The bands that are coming on the road, the big bands with all the big system, who is paying for them to be on the road?
And that's a good point to the caller. Caller, that's a good point. When people have their rum and they want to party, all right, it's not only just about chipping. No, it has. In my time growing up, we were about chipping. In my time, we would say to our girlfriend at 6 o'clock when the sun is going down, meet me at a particular spot and let's go and jump. Today, people are talking about that anymore.
Hang on.
People don't talk about that anymore.
I enjoy myself by. Well, hang on, man. I in the business. That song by our friend from Portersville. All the bands played it. I enjoy myself. The big bands played. The Bouyon bands played the song. Everybody played the song.
That was free thing. I enjoy myself.
Yeah, they play. Right. The lyrics were simple, and the people were. All the bands played it. You're not telling me.
I am saying to you.
Telling you.
Which Calypso now that you can identify as I enjoy myself? Tell me which one.
Well, no, they don't have the Calypso.
So what you're talking about?
But I'm saying if you
have
the Calypso,
I'm saying to you that we have to also put the onus on the Calypsonians to give people songs that they are able to chip onto.
I agree.
Dance onto. When you hear a song from the WCK or from TK, or you hear a song from this guy Signal Band. I mean, let us be really for ourselves. And you, according to the caller here, you have paid $2,000 for a costume. You come into do what? What really you coming to do?
To dance on the road, so and the Calypso must give it to you. The Calypsonian must give you the song.
You still like me?
No, you're not realistic. I paid my money, $2,000 I collecting for a costume to come and jump on the road. to party on the road. I don't come there to have a lull because I watch some of the songs. I watch Old Time Sick. I was watching a number of the groups. I saw Old Time Sick. I saw the generation that follow it Old Time Sick. You don't see the young generation. You see a different generation. The young generation are in the groups, the Amnesia, and the other band. That is where they are. You understand? That is what they come for. They come to shake themselves, enjoy themselves on the road. They don't come there to chip 1, 2, 1, 2, and there's a lull, and then they listening to a serious song coming, singing some kind of lyrics. They don't come for politics. They come to enjoy themselves. You understand? So we have to understand what we're asking for. The thing about that's why you saw, and I think they went to Juve Morning starting from 4 to 7. You give the Lapo Cabits a chance on the road, and other groups, other bands like the Steel Pan, if there was, to perform on the road. But there's hardly any Steel Pan because I pushed Steel Pan in my days. In 80s I was pushing Steel Pan, Chocolate County, and Fanta Pan until they went then after pushing to a tractor, and after a tractor they put it on a truck. But you don't have that any longer. You understand? So you have to understand what we're looking for. You're looking to back it up product. You're looking for something like what was on the Bayfront with Triple with the thousands of people behind it. So when people see that, they can come to Dominica. We used to call it the most spontaneous. Now we call it Masalawi. So we come because you know what you're coming for. So you bring, and we got a number of people. When I went on the Bayfront on Saturday, we got a number of French people and people from Saint Lucia that came in for Carnival. A number of the people came in because they know Dominica Mass is different from a lot of the other Caribbean countries. But what we were saying, the Calypso Association has to take the onus on them. You have tents and you have a whole year to plan. You put a truck on the road, so you find that if you have a certain sector of people who will love their calypsos and you want to follow calypsos, then they chip behind the band. I saw Tasha P and Daddy Chess on the truck, as well, and I saw Lyndon who was there, because he was the one doing the frequency and whatever. They were there walking behind the truck. I saw them. I even congratulated him for the truck being on the road playing calypsos. You understand? So there are certain things that need to happen. There need to be a discussion. But if I pay a truck like Triple Key or Signal or Fantasy or whatever they call themselves, they pay $20,000 for their music system. You want to determine, if you don't put no input into playing their music system, how can you tell me now, you want to demand on me to play what you want me to play, but you have not even inputted any monetary fund into paying for that truck? Calypso Association, if they want calypso to be played from one of the Bouyon trucks, Bouyon bands, they need to tell them, look here, I am making a donation to you all, X amount. I need you all to play some calypsos for the next few hours. At least play it in, I organizing for you all to play. So the calypsos can be played. But the way Calypso Association want to run, it's like they're still back in the 1980s. They just come on the road and people play the calypsos and they listen to it. And then if they don't hear it, they tell you, oh, I didn't hear calypsos on the road. It cannot happen like that again. Things have changed. Everything has changed. You understand? The whole system, even the people that attend the Calypso shows, the Calypso Association have to realize now that the generation is getting older, and now they have to make seating available for them rather than just put a VIP area, because people can no longer come and stand up for the long hours rather than that they used to do before. The generation that is not going to go to that, they're going to go to some other event. So things have to, it's a reset, and everybody in that reset have to rethink how they can manage and how they can make a product so great. To move on, the same problems we're talking about, the lull in the road, they are that same lull in Trinidad. If you look at the news item, you will see that same, they have been complaining about that same thing. You understand? So we have to look at where we fall short, where we can incorporate monies into the carnival for bands to play the music, because I cannot put my $20,000 band on the road and you expect me to play it for free. That doesn't work anywhere. You understand? So you have to now say how we can manage the product and how we can market it to look better. And the young man that was there, the young Calypso man, the king, he has some good ideas. I mean, he's been talking and he has some ideas. I listened to him and he has some ideas as well. So they need to sit down and have a discussion, as I said, and let them put everything together. But at the end of the day, there's a new generation, and the new generation is not going there. There's a new thinking, a new generation. So, Brain, that was your time. I had my time, and the generation now are coming in their time. So now we have to start putting things in place to keep the carnival going, because Years ago, the steel pan was there. Something happened and it's not there anymore. Lapo Cabit was there. It's no, I mean, there's some groups there. Some groups are aging, but the younger ones are not replacing. How do we replace the Lapo Cabits with much younger individuals so we can have more bands in Roseau, not bands in Granby and Collioure and St. Joseph de Lapo? How can we have more young Lapo Cabit bands in Roseau with younger generation?
Thank
That's
you.
the thinking. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. You see, Brain, as the caller spoke about the law, we will remember when we went into the 80s, you had the steel pan still on the road, and there were people who were criticizing steel pan because they saw chrome steel pan in Trinidad and wanted chrome steel pan to come in Dominica. Afi and a few others actually tried their best to get it ongoing. No, you also look at then into the 90s. What we saw happening was we saw Wally Coley and this guy Scientific Rule,
right? And Eustace John
came with Hi-Fi,
yeah.
you know, and A&M sound system. Now, a lot of the times, those song systems were not only giving you calypsos. That those days they were dealing with cassettes.
Yeah.
So they were not just giving you local calypsos; they were giving you other genres of music on the road. So I'm saying we have to be careful as to how we deal with that sensitive issue of where we bring our calypso forward and how we bring our calypso forward. Yes, I'm of the view that we have to bring more calypsos on the road. We have to definitely. A guy cannot win a crown and only telling me in 2 days,
but the more
53 songs.
But the more calypsos we
53
have
times.
The more calypso we have to bring on the road is not the issue. The issue is the type of calypsos we bring on the road. The type of calypsos we are singing. The songs are more political songs, and they don't have the rhythm behind it.
And that is good. That is good reasoning, eh? Because let's take for instance, no matter how good a song might be, after the finals, people take their political sides, and people do not want to find themselves singing certain songs.
Exactly.
So we have to look at that, and that's a very valid point that you're making.
Yes.
So we have to now tell ourselves, let us see how we can. The same way, Mass in the Cemetery.
Inclusive.
We saw what's his name? Super L. Slam them, fight them, and even that people alone was actually singing. When TrillaG himself won his crown, we know that TrillaG sang, you know.
Yes, they sang.
So at
Unarmed and Dangerous, people sang it.
Tiweyo, people sang it. So at the end of the day, you're so correct, Brain, in reference to what we ourselves accept or promote, because you find, as I said, after the night of the finals, people tend to take their political sides and then say to themselves, you know, so so you find even sometimes that the hi-fi that we would like to see play certain music, we will find that some people will categorize this hi-fi owner. And so you find that, I'm not saying that fear will come into people's mind,
yes, you're right.
but these people will say, I'm not into this.
I'm not paying for that.
Yeah, I'm not paying for that. So when you come and you sing songs that are not helping to attract people to be entertained,
they were not going to.
That's where we have problems.
They're not going to jump. They were not going to jump to that.
Good evening to
you.
How
many people would jump to Chichi? How many people would jump to that?
I'm not going to that. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Cecil and Brain. Brain, I am telling you all, Calypso Carnival is a tourism product. And if all you want to treat it as such, as a tourism product and bring in people, hey, we are going nowhere. We have to put our mindset that, hey, look, Carnival is bringing money to the economy. That's how we have to treat it. Do you know, if you check Cecil, you know there are hundreds of French people in Dominica? Huh?
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so in other words, what business that bring in? That bring in business from what? The Guadeloupe to Dominica, they eat, they rent. Do you know there was no rental available for nobody?
The point I'm making in that, how many of these people that would come out from Guadeloupe or St. Lucia that really, truly, honestly want to jump on our calypso music? There's quite a number that would like to. We as Dominicans feel appreciative of our calypso music, so we want it to be played. But at the same time, we have a marketing, we have a product that we have to market, and that is at that time is the way that we entertain people through our Bouyon music. I'm not saying
what
that.
I'm trying to tell you that if you place emphasis on the economy, what it brings to Dominica, then the government, the tourism, the Ministry of Tourism have to get more serious. You have to pump more money into that thing. Carnival, you must pump money into Carnival, whether it's government, whether it's Tourism Association, whether it's Calypso Association. And Calypso Association, they must get off their butts and do what they have to do. It's too long decades and decades. You can't hire a truck. What nonsense is that? In ghost time, in this time, you cannot put a truck together. And what I'm saying is that the other bands, the Bouyon bands, like Triple K and the other people, they will push what they have to push because that's a business for them too. But what I'm trying to tell you can sit down with the bands and say, all right, we're going to pay you a certain amount. If it's costing you $25,000 to put you on the road, all right, we as the association will give you $15,000. So in other words, now you'll push our Calypso for a certain, if it's 3-4 hours a day or 5 hours a day, and we'll pay you that $15,000, half of the cost. They can balance the cost because the bands are there already. All you have to do is to sit down and negotiate with Triple K to give you a product as the Calypso Association. The bands are there, so all you have to do is to pay them. Swinging Stars come on the road. You're not paying Swinging Stars one dime, not a bottle of water you give them. You want to talk about Swinging Stars not playing things? What nonsense is that? I mean, shame on those people that are organizing a lot of things. They're not organizing properly. And it's money and it's economy. And if you place that thing, I mean, hey, look, I'm telling the government, hey, look, all you have to dump more money in Carnival, in that fete, because what it brings is spillover to Dominica, millions of dollars. From America, the planes came, the planes were filled. You had 4 flights added. The boats came. So you don't telling yourself, hey, look, this spillover for Dominica is millions of dollars. Hey, we have to be more serious than that. We are going to play for economy, man. When you're talking about our economy, stop playing for our economy. Look, the one that bringing the most money is Carnival and the other event happening in October.
World Creole Music Festival.
World Creole Music. So those 2 events are national events that bring in millions of dollars. So you don't have to play stingy and trying to screw up other people and don't giving them money to go on the road. And you have to dump money into those people. You have to invest in those people. I tell the Prime Minister, invest more money into that because it's bringing a lot of spill over than millions of dollars. If we're serious as a tourist industry and the tourists, everybody, man, start putting money where all your mouth is. That's it. And people that, if you cannot operate as an association, man, get out, man. Let somebody else that can organize, do those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're coming on to the close of another beautiful discussion. Brain, I just think there's going to be a post-mortem.
That's right.
And from that post-mortem, I am hoping that all of this discussion can be ensued. I would not want to have a post-mortem for 2 hours or 1 hour. If the DFC is going to have a post-mortem for 1 hour, 2 hours, forget the idea. You won't get the necessary information that is required. And I hope that we don't have a post-mortem on the social media. I think it should be an open forum. The same way that we could bring thousands of people to watch Queen's show and Calypso at the forecourt. Let's have this discussion at the forecourt.
That's your idea.
I
agree with you.
Yeah, let's have an open discussion.
That your media house, DBS, has a responsibility as well to call the organizing committee, Carnival organizing, and let the public ask questions. And through all the questions that they ask.
No, I think first is the product of these people.
Right.
And I think I should allow them to do what they need to do.
Do their evaluation. And after they're through doing their evaluation, we can now call them in and to have a discussion with different stakeholders.
Right. So we should not only speak to just the DFC or the Calypso Association. Okay. We need to speak to band owners, When I say band owners, I'm talking about the hi-fi, the musical organizations and so on. So I think we need to get a holistic group of
approach,
people.
yeah.
And as I said, I do not want us to have a discussion for 2 hours. if we have a discussion for 2 hours, it means that you're going to be muzzling people and asking people to make your point fast.
I
No.
know. But let me say that before, in closing, that the the Carnival product this year was of a very extremely high standard. As the last caller said, it brought in a lot of revenue to the country in terms, first of all, in terms of the guest houses. You couldn't get a guest house. In terms of the hotel occupancies, they were decreased. In terms of the rental, people were able to make a lot of money this time around, because when I passed by a rental place, most of the rentals were, almost all the rentals were out. In terms of the people selling around Roseau, there was a kind of spillover, the visitors that came, so the boats make money, the tourism industry made money. So by and large, listening to all the reports, Carnival 2023 can go down as one of the most successful events over the last 10 years, in my estimation.
And this year, I believe that it was mega.
Yeah, it was.
It was a mega Carnival season. We saw the Calypso finals was a big one.
A big one, yeah.
We saw that the Queen show, which was held on a Thursday night,
although they had some rain, was still big.
Was massive. We saw the Junior Monarch itself was massive. We saw the various Calypso competition. We saw the tents.
Yeah.
And so, what?
But even this morning, Cecil, I was a bit surprised. This morning, I thought I was hearing music. I did hear music on the forecourt.
Up to 10 o'clock this morning.
And they finished at 10 o'clock. And when I thought all that was over, they were down by the Portersville area, by Mr. Norman Roll area there, and there was another big action going on there. So it seems to me that this year, people can't complain that they came to Dominica where the action. There was more action until I think there was over-action.
And as you're saying that, before you go, Brain, we are discussing all of this, but yet we have not discussed yet the spillover, not of that of the economy, but that of the church. We know at this time of the year,
Lent,
many seasons ago, in the same 80s we're talking about, and the 90s.
That's another topic.
We would have observed Lent as of the Wednesday. Today we're hearing last lap into Lent. Today we're hearing activity up to.
That's another discussion.
Because
it's because Lent is the holiest period in the Catholic Church.
Right, and we're saying that we are seeing all of this changing again. Looking at the young people, what they figure out to them is their Lent. While the church is saying that Lent is fasting and praying and keep getting yourself ready for the resurrection of Jesus Christ, we are now seeing that people are still partying.
The young people.
No. Still, there are some people. There are still some people are still involved because they are the ones going and sell.
One neighbor of yours, one of your favorite neighbors of yours, posted something on social media in terms of that's another discussion we have to have, because that in itself is even turned into a political discussion. But that is another topic. And we should be able to look at.
And I would like to hear the church. I would like to honestly hear the church.
The church to
because right now I'm trying to find out how many persons went for the ash, and persons who went for the ash, what percentage of it would have been young people, according to the United Nations, up to age 45. I would have liked to know. No, that's serious, because while we're talking about the church, while we're talking about calypsos, and we are seeing who's actually forcing the change. Every generation brings a new dimension.
Not many of them went for ash, I can tell you that. I live next to the church.
Right. I'm trying to figure out, we're talking about the people in the city.
What about the 7 days Adventists? Do they take ash?
No, we don't take ash.
Or do you reverence the 40 days? No?
We do. We also believe in it, but it's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible. But
yes,
I'm telling you,
resurrection is in the Bible.
I'm telling you, boy, this was action and more action. But even with the modality of dress.
That's another
even
issue.
In the modality of the
dress. Oh my God.
Did you see some of them?
I saw some of them.
And
I saw some of them on Tuesday. I stayed on Monday. And I came to town late on Tuesday. And what I saw on Tuesday late afternoon, I was taken aback.
Well, when I saw, I had to ask myself, is it real? Is it just from a perspective of 3 dimension. I had to ask myself, what I saw a young lady had on her, I had to ask myself, am I in a new dimension?
I remember once, bring quickly, that we would have seen pictures, not videos, we would have seen in the good old days, we would have seen pictures of Rio.
Oh, we're a bit Rio now.
I'm not saying we would have seen pictures of Rio. And people like myself, as a young boy, said that could never ever reach Dominica.
Well, it's here.
Then after I saw it in Trinidad, video, and I said, there's no way what I'm seeing video will ever come to Dominica.
Right.
Then a few years ago, I saw it in St. Lucia. And I said, nah.
That can't be here.
That it cannot reach on our boundary. Then I saw Antigua some time ago. I said, never. This year?
Let me tell you, this year, we beat Rio.
We beat Rio. We beat Trinidad.
We beat Trinidad.
We beat Antigua. We beat St. Lucia.
Antigua. We beat St. Lucia. Because I tell you,
Grenada.
myself, when I saw it, I had to say, it is not real. It must be free dimension.
It was real. It was real.
Because
not
I
free
couldn't
dimension.
believe
it is real.
what I saw in the streets of Roseau around 3:30 on Tuesday. I couldn't believe my eyes. Cecil, Joseph. I said, yes, we really know beat Brazil. It seems to me we're in a new hemisphere.
So if we're talking about that.
But that's for another discussion.
If we're talking about that, what do you think now about the Bouyon music? That's all of these changes.
Cecil, we will have to have another
So you're trying to tell me
discussion.
people are going to jump to Calypso
And
like
I would
this?
suggest that people like us.
Soca takes Trinidad over and that's what happens?
During that time when these things are coming out, maybe we'll have to be more careful. We'll probably have to take our tablets to keep our hearts.
No, my heart is fine.
Well, Cecil, it was a pleasure being with you tonight, and I look forward to next week when we can come
At least
again.
I had TrillaG, the Monarch.
That was good.
Someone want to say good night before I go.
Okay,
Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. You're live, caller. You're live. Caller? Apparently, that person not so sure.
But Cecil, I must tell you on a note. In fact, I was with a friend of mine, Sugo, and I had to tell Sugo, "Are we real? Are we real?" So the next, the next discussion could be, "Are we really real?" Saki sa duva nuno. Modi Sugo. Saki sa nuka we duva nuno jodi.
Good evening.
The next discussion could be, are we really real? Saki sa duva nuno. Modi Sugo.
Oh my God, that call is playing tricks of us. But anyway, we were real. It was real. And I don't know, the person really wants to speak to us. Please call us. Let's speak to us quickly. Can speak to us
Hello,
quickly. Yes.
Listen, this thing quickly.
Go ahead.
This modality behavior business or topic.
I'm listening.
Go ahead.
Yes. I think I need to start with the person behind the camera of DBS. I think we need to highlight the best of Carnival. And I don't think it's wise for the cameraman to be wasting people's time and production
Don't be
time
hypocrite now, my brother.
in showing
Everybody was like that. All the ladies were like that. Call her, my brother. Even if DBS missed it, we'll get it somewhere else.
Somebody will pick it up, man. Take it easy, caller.
Take it easy. Don't be a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. I mean, doesn't matter who missed it, someone else will catch it.
And he didn't miss it.
And he didn't miss it.
You were virtual.
and not only that, there are a number of persons would have taken their WhatsApp videos and make it known to the world. You
have lost your energy in Canada. No, my brother, where tooth bag? DBS fair.
Sa DBS mutu enu. Oueste la ugade.
Gas ugade sa.
Ugade kondi.
In the comfort of
your home,
luxurious home.
And on your 70 inch
on your
TV.
70 inch TV. Ukadi no
Ukadi machalma.
DBS cafe anyway.
Ou se yon hypocrite fwa. Kouse mwen ou se yon hypocrite. Ou ka di mwen sa, ou ka de tout sa.
On your 70 inch.
Là où I want to find out from you when you saw it, if it block it out.
If you put it off.
Or if it call the Pope.
So me say so hypocrite. Anyway,
it was really nice,
man being with you.
It was nice. Thank you very much again. We'll see you next week Sunday. God spare our lives.
Yes.
And to do what we have to do best. That is to inform. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you to all the listeners of DBS Radio. And that's why I say my bye-bye also. Be good and stay focused on all the persons who tune to us, both on the social media, YouTube and Facebook. I just want to say to you, thank you. God bless you. And stay focused as we continue helping to build our beautiful country, Dominica. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. God love you. Across to BBC.
And reactions. The presenter was me, Anna Doble, and the producer was Elizabeth Foster.
It's time to hear what you think of the BBC World Service in Over to You. This week, World Questions is the programme that puts a country's people at the very heart of the debate. And a recent edition